If you ain't talking money, then I don't want to talk.
Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Tell them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Tell them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Then them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. Now, my camera's all messed up. Hold on. All right, here we go. It is time, and time is nothing but of the essence. So, this is basically going to be a smoke show for any and everyone who is tired of their blackness, tired of who they are. White folks, you can come up on here too, and you can express whatever feelings that you would like to express to Mr. We-On-Loc, so we can go and have a logical conversation. So you're tired. You say that you're tired, you're fatigued, Hell, we've been fatigued. As a matter of fact, we're ready to press the button. Most of us, anyway. Most of us just want to press the button. You just want to, But that don't even matter. This is just conversation time with good old We-On-Loc. This is going to be open panel, so anybody and everybody who wants to join the panel, and I would give it about an hour or so. We're gonna look back at some videos and just to warm things up a little bit, just to warm your blood a little bit, tickle your funny bone, because I just think this shit is hilarious. I have never seen so many black folks crash out before. Crash out on us. Foundational Black Americans. I'm not foundational Black Americans. I am phenomenal. I'm a phenomenal black. Yes, I am. But FBA, I am not. But I will say these brothers are consistent, and these brothers stick to a code, at least. I will say that for certain. I don't know what's going on with these black crackers. I would say somewhere around an hour or so, we will have people come up and we will have people express themselves. Let's see what Jason Whitlock is talking about.
And so, Anton, I'll just start here. The whole concept of black fatigue, is this a real concept, or is it just something that's happening, or is it just a social media hashtag?
No, it's something that's been bubbling up behind the scenes for an extended period of time now. And I don't even think it necessarily should be labeled black fatigue. It's the easy way for us to categorize it. I think it is more or less about N-word fatigue. And I don't know, I'm not go as incendiary on platform, but I think that it's N-word fatigue because all cultures don't necessarily deal with everybody within their culture and then categorize or become responsible for everything within a culture. Right? When you look at Asian culture, or you travel overseas, or you go to Japan, or you go to some of these other places, there are entire cities that are designated for the outlets for the people who can't participate in society, and for them to hold themselves accountable and truly be able to do things. That is one of the very cultures, especially here in the United States of America, where we find ourselves somehow, some way having to patronize black businesses that's not necessarily anybody that we would rock with, or we find out later that somebody is not doing what they're supposed to do, or somehow we're not invited to the barbecue if we don't find ourselves wearing bonnets at the airport, or when somebody is loud, we can't be.
Okay, what the fuck is this bonnet shit? I have been through at least 10 stores in my lifetime. Local stores, big factory stores. Sam's Club, fucking Walmart, Kmart, Myers, 7-Elevens, Circle K. I've been through a ton of stores and a ton of gas stations. What's up with this bonnet shit? Bonnets have never stopped me from pumping my gas. Bonnets and pajamas have never stopped me from buying any groceries. What? So what does that have to do with anything? Oh, I'm supposed we're supposed to wear ties and shirts and I guess the women's supposed to wear these long dresses to especially late at night, because most of this stuff takes place late at night where motherfuckers is supposed to be asleep. Give me a break.
Very matter of fact and direct and holding ourselves accountable. We celebrate the most degenerate of our society, whether it be our music or the things that we really champion and make famous on social media. And the minute that we then say that we want to have a difference of opinion, which diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that we champion within the Black community, even though it doesn't really benefit Black people as a whole, but it has benefited white women more than anybody else. Diversity of thought is only conducive if it's somebody that agrees with you, because if you, somebody like myself that is a conservative or a Republican, regardless of what your results are, married for over 20 years, successfully married, no children out of wedlock, never had no trouble. But when you contribute into your economy and you stay home in Detroit, Michigan, and you do the thing that's right, somehow you get called a bootlegger or a coon. So, what I've seen from people that don't look like us is that they are tired of acquiescing or acting like that there's not a real issue with Black people when we are some of the most racist people that we've seen on the face of this earth. And if you go into any Black household or living room, one of the first things that they're gonna tell a Black man is make sure you don't bring a white woman home. One of the first things that they're gonna say is make sure that you vote for Democrats, regardless of whether we are conservative in how we live our lives. So what white people are finally starting to do is get the courage to say, nah, we don't necessarily agree with you.
Come on. Okay. Can you hear me, Warren? Can you hear me, Warren? Can you hear me, fam? Okay. Like I said, this is the Lock Show, and we're gonna be chilling on a Friday night because hell, we're Black fatigued, whatever the fuck that means. Oh, I get it. You're tired of being Black. I get that. All right, cool. You're tired of being Black. I got some special sauce. I got some special remedies for all these Negro peons, these Black crackers, these cowards. That's what it was, cowards. These I got a remedy for these cowards out here who really hate, who really are tired of themselves, who really hate themselves. Trust, I don't want to give too much away right now. I don't want to give too much away. Let's continue.
And sometimes it comes out in some of the thing and overcorrection from a long time of bad behavior from a lot of Black people.
Boys, I'm going to ask you the same question, but I'm going to put a little twist on it. Is Black fatigue real, or is it just a social media hashtag? And if it is real, are white people justified for having it?
Is it real? I think that things are real if you want them to be real. You know, I know Black fatigue because I've experienced that. I have a type of Black fatigue that I still have to.
You mean the same Black fatigue when you stole money from other Blacks? Is that what you get? You know what? I don't know too much of Boyce Watkins other than what people tell me about Boyce, and some of it reigns to be necessarily true. So it is what it is.
Confront, but it's not the things that are listed under the standard definition. From what I saw, Black fatigue is rooted in the feelings about systematic racism, microaggressions, you know, things that tend to be very political. Like I saw George Floyd get killed and it traumatized me because I could get killed by the police. I think that you can shape a term like that in the way that you want without and acknowledge the realities of being Black.
I have one. How about cracker fatigue? I have cracker fatigue.
Without falling into these political traps. I don't trust a term like Black fatigue because it comes laced with too many left-wing ideologies that are just these talking points that they use to get our votes every November for politicians that never earn those votes. So also the threat of Black fatigue is that if you get too caught up in that definition and you define yourself by that, then you have labeled yourself a victim without actually also labeling yourself as a problem solver. You know, so I can identify with a lot of those feelings. I can identify with the microaggressions. I can identify with maybe some issues in terms of dealing with cops and the racial disparities. I believe that they're very real, but I was also raised in a family that says, if you don't like your reality, you should be empowered to change it. And one of the ways that we harm our own people is when we are so determined to put people in a victim box that we remind them of their powerlessness. And in fact, I'll say this: if you give a child a wheelchair before he ever learns how to walk, then he'll never learn how to use his legs. And that's the issue. And this is why I think if you're going to talk about any form of disparity,
what? If you give a child what did he say? Sometimes the words that come out of this man's mouth, whatever.
or any issues that we deal with being Black. I think everybody on this panel knows that we're Black, and we know that being Black is different. It's but when we
they both look the same.
Healthy. I don't.
Boys, I'm gonna ask you that's a little bit. I don't want to go too far away from the Black fatigue, but you analogized yourself to some degree that you saw George Floyd die and you could see yourself dying in the same way. I don't believe that. I don't think that's a fair analogy. I don't think Boyce Watkins.
If it sounded that way, that wasn't what I intended to say. Let's just be clear. George Floyd and I'm hearing you on that. I watched the detailed video of how Floyd was killed. Most Black men would not die the same way. Remember, you're talking to the son of a police officer. I got best friend I went to a cops. I've seen the range. I've seen the corrupt cops. I've seen the good cops. I've seen everything. And I didn't mean to jump in on that, but say that. Die.
Whoa! Wait! Not all people die the same way. So when they're on their stomachs getting handcuffed, they don't get their backs broken in, they don't get beat up. What? I'm starting to understand it. I'm starting to understand these people now. The escapism, that's what it's called, escapism, is real. I often wonder if Harriet Tubman were to like put a bullet in the head of the people that she tried to save that didn't want to be saved, I wouldn't have given you a chance. Maybe, just maybe, we would have been far along a long time ago if she would just pop, pop. Anybody who don't want to move forward, gonna get got. And I even forgot what she actually said, but Umar knows. But anyway.
I wasn't happy with the way George Floyd was eulogized or sort of elevated into this symbolic figure that's supposed to represent Black people compared to Martin Luther King and all this other silliness that they did. That was 100% political. So you are correct. And in fact, if you look at George Floyd's criminal history, I can never identify with a Black man who will put a knife to a pregnant woman's stomach. I'm not going to align myself with that. So to your point, what I can identify with is that I've known men who were not terrible men who made mistakes when they were young.
No. T-Bone. He forgot the voice. He forgot the voice. Umar, Umar's been doing this for quite some time now. Yes, yeah. His father used to be in the military, and I got a cash app coming in. I got a cash app. Thank you very much for the super.
Who then spent 25 years in prison, and that was too much, right? So the disparities are real. But the George Floyd incident, not only was that an inaccurate portrayal of the experience of most Black men, but it also didn't accomplish anything. It just achieved just enough symbolism for the Democrats to get their votes. And that's the part that ends up offending me. So my apologies for interrupting you.
No. Let I talk. My voice isn't nearly as important today as.
Yeah, you're right. And he's married, which is a damn shame. Well, allegedly.
Hearing from you all. Virgil, you go ahead and chime in here on the questions I've asked for so far and any reaction to any of it.
No, I think you're spot on. One of the things that I agree with what Anton said, and I think it was really Chris Rock back in, I think it was 96 in his comedic sketch where he talked about you got Black folks and then you got the N-words. And the N-words are always the ones who mess things up for everybody else. You go to the barbecue, everybody's having a good time. And then the N-words show up and then they wreck everything for everybody. What you're seeing displayed on media has done is it's really stripped away the veil of that. They get a chance to see it firsthand, and they're sick and tired of it. It was Van Jones who coined the term white lash once Trump got elected. I think what we're seeing in social media is a black lash. It's actually blacks and whites who are getting sick and tired of every time they open up their social media app, seeing some breakout fight at a Target or something happening at a Carnival Cruise event where folks are arrested. You scroll your feed, and every time you see something chaotic like that, your immediate thought, whether you voice it out loud or not, is there go them, and followed by N-words, and you keep pressing on. I think it's real. I think it's a reality. I understand the desire to separate it from Black culture.
It's real in your eyes because you perpetuate it as such. If you didn't perpetuate it, you would just be ignoring um you would be ignoring those who don't matter. And I will often hear is like, why do you just constantly keep paying attention for those who keep spilling the N-word? It's like, I don't care for those people. The N-word doesn't matter to me. It doesn't hurt me. It doesn't hurt me in any way. The word doesn't hurt me, but the spirit behind it does. Do you know what people have been through because of that word during those times when that word was, and not just that word actually. I mean, we've had many other negative names spewed our way, and on top of that, I can't believe you would kowtow, that you would straight on down the road with these people and bring them to the barbecue, and you wonder why your ribs taste funky. You wonder why that your potato salad don't taste like potato salad. You know, oh, this is quite new. What used to be black ain't black no more, according to these people, because they're always blaming the very small percent. They're blaming the very small percent that happens in their neighborhood. Well, in possibly in their neighborhoods, but mainly, places where they go. They see chaos reign one time, maybe two. It all depends on where you are in society. It all depends on where you are. I don't see none of this. If this shit pulled off in Chinatown, I would start smiling. I mean, it wouldn't last for very long because they know how to protect their communities. I mean, we know how to protect ours to some degree, but I guess it is what it is. When you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you have 5 different flag wavers. They waved the white flag. They have completely given up on black society. I mean, it is what it is. But stay on that side. I mean, hopefully it's comfortable until they get tired of you and they throw you back over to where we are. I'm like, we don't bring your black ass back over here.
Or black people altogether, because not every black person acts like that. Not every black person is engaged in that kind of behavior. There are some of us who, the vast majority, who are dignified, and you're seeing because of, again, the proliferation of social media, chaos, and that's what actually gets clicks. But I also think, and people who see these kinds of things have to bring shame back, and have to bring shame back into the culture as something that's a course corrective for bad behavior in culture. We need to be at the ghetto, and we don't do better. And we need not to be so frightened when others pick up on it. Whites, Hispanics, and other cultures pick up on that same kind of rhetoric, because it shouldn't be about you being able to act crazy because of the color of your skin. You should be called to acting.
Sir, white folks have been copy and pasting for quite some time now. They've been copying, pasting, and even Asians have been copying and pasting for decades. Good, bad, or indifferent. They're trying to learn from you and saying it's their art. They've been stealing from you and saying it's their culture, their way of life, their way of living, even though they had their own way of life and they had their own way of living. We just wanted to put a little spice on it. Just put a little bit of spice on it, and what happens? we get taken for granted. Just like when a boyfriend or a girlfriend takes their boyfriend for granted, or and vice versa. That's what normally happens. But in this case, where there's a small majority of us now, who are 13% of the population, and you have cats from even overseas mimicking us and mocking us, and even to this very day, go on their little computers, turn on their microphones, turn on their cameras, and they mimic you, right? Good, bad, or indifferent. And you didn't do anything. We didn't do nothing to deserve this type of attention. It will be, quite frankly, it will behoove people to leave us alone. But they don't want that because of how powerful we really are, how powerful we can become. It's scaring the shit out of white folks. And what they did was, if you've seen the movie Sinners, and I don't want to hark on this too long, but if you've seen the movie Sinners, and if you notice why vampires, why they bite you and infect you, is because they steal the most precious thing that a black man or a black woman held sacred: your soul, your spirit. What happened to the Chinese husband when he was out going to get the car and he got infected, bit, and he came back and he told the wife, he said, "Let's go." He was like, "I'm not coming with you now. You infected." And the head vampire, Riddick, started speaking in Cantonese. He took something precious from them, something that they never had. But that's what happens when you steal resources, steal the steal the languages, steal our way of life. That's what mainly happens. But all of a sudden, you're tired. You're tired of hearing us talk. You're tired of hearing us speak. You're tired of seeing us every night. Then why is it that you try so hard to fuck all the women? Why is it that you try so hard? Beats the hell out of me.
Rightly and acting in a socially cohesive manner with the rest of society.
Shamika, I want to ask you this, and you can respond to anything you've heard so far, but I get the Chris Rock bit, and I get the argument that, hey, there's black people and there's ninjas, but it feels like black people spend a lot of energy defending ninjas, and while still trying to distance themselves from them, but it's like there's a part of that ninja culture that we all want just enough in us. We want to know every rap song that denigrates us. We idolize every rapper that denigrates us. And so there seems to be an affinity and a natural instinct to defend ninjas at every turn. And that's how you end up with statues of George Floyd and this belief that, he was just this harmless guy that got killed by Derek Chauvin. And so there seems to be a reluctance from black people to distance themselves from ninjas.
I agree, Jason. I think that what it is there's still this idea that we don't want white people to know what's going on. So there's this, not necessarily defending it. I know it comes across that way, but don't tell anybody it exists. Let's not pretend like this is real. Shh, let's keep it quiet, because there's this idea that it'll make all of us look bad. I agree with Virgil when he says it's time to get back to shaming them. It's time to shame those. For me, in the grocery store in their bonnets, in their pajama pants, in there being loud, in there not carrying themselves with dignity and class the way I'm used to my grandparents and great grandparents carrying themselves. We have to start calling it out. But as you are well aware that when we do that, we're told we're coons, we're Uncle Toms, we have sold out. That's the idea. And every group of people has a lesser group. Like, we understand that white people have white trash. The thing is, though, they don't go around authenticating themselves according to the white trash. And that's what we do as Black people. If you don't have a certain amount of hood or degeneracy, or if you don't celebrate it in some way, they'll say you're not real. You're not keeping it real. You're not authentic. You're not a real Black person. And I think that's where the problem is because they actually.
Okay, I think it's a little bit more to it than that. When people say that you're not Black and you're not this and you're not that, it's a little bit more to it than that. It's just that it's not the fact that they say it like that. It's the fact that they say it due to you acquiescing to white folks more than you acquiesce to the people in your neighborhood. Now, I will say this. There are some things that I will not accept, and there are some things that I will just completely ignore. But I'll be damned if let's just say, for example, Cardi B. I don't listen to Cardi B. Or better yet, Gorilla. I don't listen to Gorilla. I don't listen to Meg Stallion. I don't listen to none of them. Right? But let a white man say something bad, say something derogatory, say something stupid towards those individuals. Who asked you? That would be my question. Who the fuck asked you? That's where I'm at with mines. But mainly you got these Black crackers come along and say, you know what, Bo? You sure is right. When they say, you know, her name is Gorilla. She lives up to the name Gorilla. and these Black crackers is just swallowing it up. It's laughing. I guess they got Charleston White syndrome. Yeah. You know, these Black motherfuckers, all they do is sell pills. All they do is sell pussy. That's all they do is sell pussy. Meanwhile, you have a redneck calling Gorilla a gorilla, and it's okay. Wow. Talk about protecting your own.
Actually try to use that to legitimize the rest of Black people, and that's really silly. I love the whole Chris Rock thing, and I'm glad that's what I was saying. Our words to the forefront that everybody can see it. And now we have to stop lying and pretending like it's not a thing, because it is a thing. And it's no longer, don't tell anybody what's in our home.
So let me get this right. You are accepting, hey, Mahogany, you're just in time, because I'll be opening up the phone lines in a minute. So let me get this right. You're hoping and you were praying that this thing will come to fruition when white folks put the very thing that they have given our ancestors for quite some time back into a forefront, back into where we can see it full face and in HD and then sound off. I have not yet, other than a few people, say the actual word. Since this is a free country, Since this is a free country, oh, you're at the gym? Oh, yeah, pump up the sweat. Pump up. I, I love it when black people sweat. I love it when especially my sisters. I love it when they sweat. Every time I see a white person, I go, ugh, yuck. But every time I look at my sisters over here, it's like, yeah, she's so fine, she gonna make me want to lose some weight. I don't know what the hell is wrong with these black crackers today. And like, I'm so sick of our sisters. Listen, there's a woman that's so fine. Listen, Mahogany is so fine, she make you want to get a job, nigga, with benefits. Anyway.
Anton, we'll circle back to you. You can respond to whatever you want to, but I do want to ask you this follow-up, and the rest of you guys marinate on it because I'm going to ask you as well. So if there's something you want to respond to, go ahead and do that tightly, and then respond to what is the root cause of the dysfunction that we see over social media and in our communities. What's the root cause?
Can you guys hear me well now? Can y'all hear me better?
That's the perfect timing. That question is perfect. The question is, who said they sick of us? Anton's gonna express it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, first of all, I think that the root cause is a destruction of our homes and a destruction of our families. When you couple that with feminism and the fact that we've even championed, and I'm gonna just be very, very frank, when we've put women at the forefront of who we are, which me, I'm scripturally based. I don't even believe women belong on the pulpit. I don't believe that. I hate when I hear people say that we need a partner instead of saying that I want a husband or I want a wife. When we've spent so much time pedestalizing champion to a group, sit there and throw in your face that they are the most educated, when in reality they're the most enrolled and the most in debt, and they're the most affected by what we see happening on May 6th, with them now getting garnished and their wages are being removed as a result of them being the most educated in curriculums that we don't even need in society. The minute that we started following them to the polls, the 92%, and we started acquiescing over to them and started telling them that they're the feminist.
I don't want to look at him. I want to look at you. Why the fuck would I want to look at him for? I don't give a fuck if he's chubby and I don't give a fuck if he's chubby or not. I'm just trying to look at this woman over here, this woman over there, over there. Let me behave.
Which hijacked the civil rights movement, and then at the same time, they went and got a bunch of gay best friends so that they can then have the alphabet community hijack that movement, and we start championing it, which the long-lasting legacy of our president, our former president Barack Obama, is his champion in the alphabet community. The minute that we started following other people instead of holding down what was best for us in our households was the minute that we started to lose control of what happened, and we started to align ourselves with the Democratic plantation, which will sell us on the idea that we need a handout and that we need to keep it real for the culture. You've seen it in this previous election when Barack Obama sat there and tried to hold black men accountable for not following black women to the polls, and his very wife told the women that they need to ignore their husbands and make sure that they vote differently inside of the voting booth. So I believe personally that the minute that we started following women, the minute that we start allowing for them to take our children out of our households in single parent households, and then they use that in order to pedestalize themselves at their own demise, is literally the foundation of why we find ourselves in this situation today. Because I don't see a lot of black men, honestly, I don't see a lot of black men online complaining about students. I don't see a lot of black men finding themselves at a negative disposition and embarrassing themselves at the rate that I see women. Even though the narrative has been created that black men are having all of these children out of wedlock. The majority of black men take care of their children. The majority of black men take care of business. The majority of black men are participants in their children's lives. As a matter of fact, most black men aren't even really having sex like that. And so what you see now is a women-led society. All of the movies, they then followed suit. You've seen Tyler Perry's and Big Mama's House and all of this stuff. And they follow the plays, and now they all celebrating and they're promoting all of this homosexuality. The reality is that these are the things that are basically combining and then compounding the problems that you see happening in the community. And it's one thing that I disagree with the pastor on, is that I don't think that we need to just focus on shaming. I think that there needs to be a segment of us that divest ourselves and stop even having conversations with people that shouldn't even be in a room with us. I don't have to sit here and substantiate you. I don't have to hold you accountable. I'm gonna just walk away and I'm gonna let you deal with yourself. I don't feel a need to have a conversation with everybody that don't deserve to be in the same room as me.
Yeah.
Well, Boyce, I'm gonna come to you on that because I follow you on social media and you host little conversations with intelligent black people and basically say, you idiots, stay away. You kind of believe in what Anton is talking about here, but I also want to respond to that, but also what do you see as root causes and maybe even root solutions?
Us being afraid to lead our own lives and lead our own community, and taking cues from people who are not in our community. I think that politics, when you get overly political in the black community, it is almost always America that's run by Democrats, and I'm going to see all kinds of problems. Okay.
Now that I know what I was looking for, I want to show you a very small clip. It ain't gonna take that long. John Boyega, Star Wars, right? The general captain of the homie from the Woman King. What his expression was about black women. This thing will hurry up.
You got this. You've got this. You've got this.
Black men, we need to take care of black women. We need to take care of them. They are our hearts. They are our hearts. They are our future. We cannot demonize our own.
Amen.
We are the pillars of the family. Imagine this, a nation that is set up with individual families that are thriving, that are healthy, that communicate, that raise their children in love, have a better rate of becoming better human beings.
Oh, you got this.
Told you that was short. But the brother was right. The brother was right. If black women are the backbones of our society, why are we treating them like 3/5 of a human being? Yeah, that was old John Boyega. That was old John Boyega, and I think he's from Britain. Other than John Cook, or other than I forgot what the brother's name was. Other than the brother that was singing that song, I love you, and was crying his eyes out. What brother in the community would have the balls to actually do that? I'll wait. What brother will have the ball? And like I said, I'll be opening up the panel in a little bit for those who feel the need to express all this nonsense going on, black fatigue. Listen, I got cracker fatigue, okay? I hate cracker ass crackers. But anyway, hey, Mahogany, you might want to turn your radio down. Just in case somebody hears you, I don't want you to get kicked out the gym. It's like, what is wrong with this man? We ought to cancel him. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I actually want to go to another clip real quick because I only got like 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes. Damn, the hour goes by fast than a month. I want to go to another clip where Mr. Matt Walsh, head Klansman, has expressed his undying need for attention for Black society and what's going on there. And even though he's not Black, he feels the need to express himself. So I'm going to let him express it. After all, this is a free country.
Using criminality have led us to a point where people who commit blatant first-degree murder are celebrated. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a man named Rodney Hinton went to his lawyer's office in Ohio and watched body camera footage of his son's death. And in particular, the footage shows Hinton's 18-year-old son, Ryan, emerging from a stolen vehicle while carrying a handgun. At one point, Ryan drops the gun and then makes it all very clear. Watch.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna go. No, you're right. No, you're right. In a matter of seconds, it all began with a stolen vehicle, a Kia from Edgewood, Kentucky. GPS tracking led the investigation here. A condo.
It didn't show that the gun was being raised. It was just showing that the man had a gun because he ran out of fear. And at some point in this case, they said that the boy ran towards the cop. There was no evidence of that, but let's continue.
Complex in East Bryce Hill. Officers arrived, and Chief Terry Thiegy explains what happened next.
Come on, man.
All four individuals get out and start running.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
Some in different directions. So officers decide which individual they're going to pursue. One officer decides to pursue the individual who we now know had a firearm in his hand.
At some point, the person with the gun slips.
They heard the metal from the firearm hit the concrete. This individual gets up, still has the firearm in his hand, and continues to run through the dumpster.
Now, the reason the Hinton family was watching this,
it said that the gun was pointed right at the officer. I didn't see that. Any of y'all see that? I didn't see it.
Footage in an attorney's office is that, of course, they were contemplating a lawsuit against the city for wrongful death. That was certainly what their attorney was thinking about. In fact, even after viewing this footage, the family's lawyer, who incidentally works for the Cochran firm, as in the late Johnny Cochran's firm, maintained that they had a case. And here's what the family's lawyer said as a way of arguing that the police officers were somehow responsible in this scenario. Quote, being in a stolen car, having a firearm, firearms, we're in Ohio, you know, so you can open carry in Ohio. That's not a death penalty, close quote. Now, admittedly, it's not quite as catchy as if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit, but it's still a pretty remarkable line of argument from the Cochran firm, all things considered. After watching the footage of Ryan Hinton exiting a stolen car with a handgun, then dropping the handgun and picking it up as police chased him, and then turning towards the officers, the conclusion from these lawyers is that Hinton was or he got. Now, this is a level of shamelessness that in other era people at the moment. It certainly wasn't a joke to Rodney Hinton, the father.
Don't you? The one thing that I do get sick and tired of, talking about tired and sick, like just literally sick, is people who aren't funny. But boy, do I have some jokes for this guy. I literally do. The see here, I don't want to piss off anybody who's just as bright as he is, or just as pale as he is. I don't want to piss off anybody like I give a fuck. But it's like people, white folks think that society has not been fair to them. Like, that's just kind of like, what? Society has not been fair to you? You? Well, you get to go to college. Man, we're in debt. Most of us are in debt when we go to college. Yeah. You want to be a lawyer? Yes. $100,000. I don't know how much it is. I do online shit, and their prices are ridiculous. But in Africa, education is free. Oops. Shouts out to the general there. Shouts out to the general. Kill the poor. Kill the farmer. Kill the white man. He didn't say kill the white man, but anyway. Yeah, I get sick and tired of these jokes. Just, you wanna take shots, pop shots. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Sam Kinison, my bad. Sam Kinison, look him up. May he rest in peace. And even George Carlin, 2 comedians, were much more funnier than this guy. And even they hated white people. They hated people like this. But Sam Kinison didn't have the luxury to talk about things like this because he died young. Now, George Carlin, he died at 77. And he absolutely told the absolute truth about not only white folks, but society as a whole, the United States as a whole, and basically putting white folks and holding white folks accountable. But needless to say, that he is supposed to do that. But he did it in such a way that it was funny enough. It was comedic. It was comedic enough that he could absolutely get away with what he was saying, and people picked up on it. Right? This guy is not funny at all. And it's starting to piss me off. I mean, I literally don't. I know zilch about Matt Walsh, other than he has a comedian. He's doing some type of comedic show talking about, am I racist? White folks have the nerve to get mad at people like us for not towing the line for other white folks, to make them feel comfortable, to make them feel safe. Am I living in the Twilight Zone or something?
Mother of the teenager who was killed. Just hours after he viewed the body camera footage of his son's death, Rodney Hitton got in his car with the intent of executing a police officer. He saw it as an act of revenge, and ultimately he found a target. He ran over a recently retired sheriff's deputy who was directing traffic outside the commencement ceremony at the University of Cincinnati. The slain officer, a Hamilton County deputy named Larry Henderson, had never met the killer before. They'd never exchanged words. Watch.
Recently retired sheriff's deputy is dead after police say a driver intentionally hit him. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Tricia Mackey.
And I'm Rob Williams. Cincinnati police
we need to shut down right now.
Officer down, officer down.
Cincinnati police say the deputy was directing traffic ahead of UC's graduation ceremony when he was struck by a vehicle entering the intersection. It happened around 1 p.m. at the intersection of Martin Luther King Drive and Burnett Woods Drive near UC's campus.
Now, Ronnie Hinton knew that the police were justified in killing his son because they had just watched the body camera footage. He knew that the police did nothing wrong. Ronnie Hinton knew that the police were justified in killing his son because they had just watched the body camera footage. Ronnie Hinton knew that the police were justified in killing his son because they had just watched. Ronnie Hinton knew that the police were justified in killing his son because they had just watched the body camera footage. He knew that the police did nothing wrong. If the father wanted to take revenge on anyone for causing his son's death, well, he should have taken revenge on himself. I mean, if your 18-year-old son is out with a gun stealing cars, it means you failed as a father. Okay, even a minimal amount of fatherly guidance would avoid a situation like that.
Of course, the head of the Ku Klux Klan here would say some stupid shit like that. First of all, as I take it, Rodney's son was in the backseat of the car. How can he steal some? First of all, how did he even know that it was stolen if it allegedly was stolen? Secondly, I would give my son a gun too, but I'll just be accountable enough to give the responsibility to teach my son responsibility on how to use a gun, let alone have one. I will teach my daughter the same thing. It's just like when people stress to black folks, why did Carmelo Anthony have a knife in his book bag and it was carrying to a school? It would be the same reason. It would be the same question as why do white folks have to carry guns in Walmart? Walmart's supposed to be a family store. Am I right, T-Bone? I thought Walmart was supposed to be a family store. Why do white folks have to carry guns in Walmart? I've seen it all before, and perfectly legal too. Perfectly legal. I mean, I had just looked it up. Nevada is stand your ground. Nevada, Michigan. Wait, hold on. We gonna get in. What state is stand your ground? What states are stand your ground states? Let's see. Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, West Virginia, and Wyoming. All stand your ground law states. So I intentionally carry a gun to protect myself. Not because I want to, it's because I have to. It's not because I want to, it's because I have to. Excuse me.
Kids make bad decisions doesn't always mean that it's an indictment on the parents. But if kid's only 18 and he's already out with a gun committing felonies, then yeah, you failed in the most basic way imaginable. So blame yourself. It's on you. But instead of taking revenge on himself, Rodney Hinton decided to kill a police officer who was directing traffic. So this should be an open and shut case in every sense. The father is a murderer. His revenge obviously cannot be justified legally.
Yes, it can. Complete insanity. He lost it. He lost his mind. He literally was not in tune in the real world. He lost his mind. He was upset. He crossed the threshold and he killed a random police officer because a fellow police officer killed his son in cold blood and was unjustified in killing his son. It's happened plenty of times before. Have we not seen footage of many police officers, even female police officers, wrongly justified in killing an unarmed, at times unarmed, black boy, black man, young black man? How about the one time what about the one time when the suspects were on the floor, they were on the ground, they were giving up, they have given up their rights, had their hands up, and the police were still shooting at them? I think it was the father and his son. The son was kind of artistic, and the bullets were just flying, man. But we had no outward, but we are supposed to be cooperative. We're supposed to be good kinfolk. The tapping on the head. Good nigger. You're a good nigger. You're a good kinfolk. You good folk. We're supposed to be obedient to your rule as white folks in society. Kiss my ass.
And any hope of defending it morally is destroyed by the fact that, I mean, it's murder. It's destroyed by that. But also, the shooting of Ryan Hinton was justified. So it's not even like, he's taking revenge on someone who murdered his kid. And also, the cop he killed had nothing to do with it anyway. So this is not like a Gary Plauché situation where a father ambushed and killed the man who kidnapped and molested his son. This is an act of premeditated, cold-blooded murder against a random white cop who is entirely innocent and had nothing to do with the situation at all. And yet, stop me if you've heard this one before, this murderer is being lionized and defended on social media. The father who just executed a sheriff's deputy in order to avenge his criminal son who flashed a gun at the cops is the latest celebrity in certain corners of social media. The viral clips defending this murderer are all over TikTok. I mean, you can go to TikTok if you want and see it's all over. Just type in his name and you'll see just nothing but these kinds of videos. So here's just one example.
Now, mind you, the kid is only 16 years old. They said he had a gun. This is what they said. But in that picture, it looked like he was running away. So I don't see the threat. But sad as it may sound, when this happened, they actually show his father the video of them unliving his son, and that's what led to this. As you can see, it's a bunch of officers, it's a bunch of them in the courtroom surrounding the father while he's in an orange jumpsuit. Now, why is this father in an orange jumpsuit? Police didn't shoot him. You might ask, right? Because the very next day, he took justice in his own hands and went and unalived a police officer.
Now, I would say this about the Rodney Hinton case. I understand what the father was going through. I'm a father myself. I wouldn't have not necessarily would have done what Rodney would have did. But I understand. I totally get it. Got it. Free Rodney. There should be shirts all around the world. Free Rodney. He pled insanity. Hey, he lost it. He wasn't there no more. He saw counseling he was going to see counseling for this. He just completely snapped. And the way that he was looking, it was like, what could he do? When a person psychologically is not there, and he does something to a person, and technically, I mean, he wasn't supposed to do it, but like I said, he out of sight, body out of sight, out of mind. So his lawyer plead insanity. Hopefully, he'll get off with that. But more importantly, as he went back, talking about Rodney, all them officers now, when white officers kill, the boy of a black parent, black parents of the boy, you know what I'm saying? You don't see 30 mad mothers and uncles, and you don't see no mad families in the courtroom staring down the officer of the person who's responsible for unaliving a black kid. But you have 30 officers staring down Rodney as if he was intimidated. He was psychic. He was a psycho. Like Norman Bates, he was a psycho. And he was getting ready for all them crackers. All of them. And I don't blame him. I do not blame him at all. I would have never done that. Maybe I probably would have done something different. Maybe I would have done anything at all. But like I said, I totally understand where this brother was coming from. Free Rodney Hinton.
Well, he gets the age of the so-called kid wrong as he's showing these sympathetic photos in the background. Ryan Hinton was 18, not 16, when he jumped out of the stolen car with the firearm. But the bigger issue with by murdering a random police officer. Notice how there's no pretext here about how the officers did something wrong or violated procedure or any of that. There's no explanation of how it's justice to kill a random traffic cop or to unalive a traffic cop, as this guy puts it. Of racial equality, and then based solely on the content of their character. And that was supposed to be the idea anyway. That's with each passing day, it's becoming more and more clear that this experiment is crashing down all around us. We are heading very directly.
I'll be waiting. I'm waiting for a while now. I wonder if it's taking so long.
Than 20,000 likes on TikTok. We'll mute the audio because it's just obnoxious rap music. But here.
But hold on. Before this head Klansman starts continue ranting, the link is in the description box. Lisa, you can come up and chat for as long as you like. This is an open mic night. This is going to be a good night. So please feel free to express I have one rule. We must be respectful to the person who is talking. After they're done talking, if you want to raise your hand, please do so. If you're going back and forth, if you're going back and forth in a free-flowing type of conversation, that's fine. But if you just interrupt just to interrupt, I'm gonna please ask you, be calm, just wait your turn. Call a black woman a bitch up in here, you got one go around. Call a black woman a monkey, bitch, whore, whatever. My people's got the ammunition and getting ready to fire at any point in time. That means up here on the panel or in the chat. they getting ready to fire them motherfuckers at any point in time. Oh, excuse my language. Excuse my verbal language. We want to be respectful. Son of a bitch. But like I said, we want to be respectful. But if Lisa has to warn you more than one time, or if T-Bone has to warn you more than one, now T-Bone, he'll roast the fuck out of you. I don't mind a little roasting session back and forth. I'll let him roast your ass. You know what I'm saying? Rodney will roast you. Shit. Mahogany is straight up gonna thump you. But you've been warned. You've been warned. Let's continue.
Here's what it looks like. It shows Rodney Hinton in court in a jumpsuit, surrounded by a bunch of police officers. And there's the caption that the uploader has added, quote, "They really tried to use over 30 deputies to intimidate Rodney Hinton, but he kept his head up," close quote. Again, this post has more than 20,000 likes. It's not some random troll that didn't get any attention. It's one of the most popular posts about Rodney Hinton's arrest, and people are responding to it because they genuinely believe that Hinton is a hero, or at the very least, he was justified, or at the very least, he's a sympathetic figure. There's no rational argument that he's innocent, or that he was actually justified, or that his son was innocent. So this is just pure racial resentment spilling right out in the open. I mean, that's all it is. There's a
I love reverse racism, don't you?
lot of talk about government debt, but after 4 years of inflation, the trapped by debt that's in your pocket, solutions are. Now, you look around any social media platform and you'll find plenty of posts like this. It's not just TikTok. On X, here's a post with roughly 700 likes. Quote, "Rodney Hinton had no criminal record before he killed an Ohio cop in retaliation for the cops killing his son. The police department brought 30 cops to his hearing to intimidate him." Close quote. So apparently you get to kill a cop if you have no prior criminal record, and the police aren't allowed to guard you either, even after you've just murdered somebody. Then there's this post with more than 1,000 likes. Quote, "All I'm saying is if a cop killed my son, hero." Close quote. Now, yesterday we discussed the story of Shiloh Hendricks, the woman who has now raised hundreds of thousands of dollars after using a racial slur at a playground. What's happening now with Rodney Hinton is yet another example of why Shiloh Hendricks raised all that money. You know, if you're saying that justice is somehow served by the execution of a random white police officer in the name of defending a thug who stole a car and flashed a gun, and many people are saying this, then you don't get to clutch your pearls because of Shiloh Hendricks. I mean, the standards are so wildly out of whack that it's just not sustainable. That's what we're experiencing right now. Okay? Like saying it's okay if we kill people, but not okay if you use naughty language. That's not just a double standard. That's flat out madness. That's a kind of moral schizophrenia. And again, it's an
Oh no, Lisa. I mean, again, it's called white privilege. It's called privilege. People have the privileges in the United States of America when they own and control most of the resources, and they can they can care less what you say. It's like I often say it's what I would call stress syndrome. I stress out because I have all these resources. I own and control 50% of the land here, but I can't seem to go back to the way it used to be, which Donald Trump has almost had me going with these tariffs thing. You see, you don't quite understand what these tariffs actually do. It's not that he's just putting the money in his own pocket. No. And then putting money in his son's pocket and his daughter's pocket. The daughter that he tried to have sex with, by the way. In his crony's pocket. It's not just about that. It's about when they raise up prices. This is not just produce that they're raising prices. It's actually certain products that they're about to raise prices for. And you have about 1.5 years to figure this shit out, because we're about to be in another recession. This is the person that you voted for, not me.
Unsustainable approach. It can't continue this way. And with every day, it becomes more and more apparent that we simply cannot continue on this trajectory. People are tired of it. If large numbers of black people are openly defending and cheering for actual murderers who kill white people in cold blood, then you cannot tell white people that they have to make a big show of condemning a woman who said a bad word. And that's especially true as more and more white people are executed without any media attention whatsoever. For example, you probably haven't heard of this story of a 22-year-old woman named Logan Federico in South Carolina. Here she is on the left. And according to the authorities, Logan Federico was, quote, randomly murdered by a career criminal who was on a spree of thefts, break-ins, and credit card fraud. He broke into a neighboring home around 3 a.m., stole a firearm, credit card, and debit cards, and keys to a vehicle. He then allegedly entered the house where Federico was staying, entered a room, shot her before fleeing the scene in a stolen vehicle, close quote. So this is yet another person that, has committed multiple crimes, given chance after chance after chance, because what the justice system says to people like this is that we're going to keep putting you on the street, keep putting you back on the street until you do something so heinous. We have no choice but to put you in prison for an actual, significant length of time.
So what happened to Ahmaud Arbery, who just got out of school, was just coasting around the neighborhood, happened to be in an opened area where an open building that a place that they were doing some construction on a house. He just happened to be inside the construction, just looking around, didn't steal anything. What the hell was he gonna steal? And somebody just happened to see him, white folks, just happened to see the 16-year-old boy, and somehow these two hillbillies got alerted, followed this boy, and proceeded to unalive him with a big-ass shotgun. Nobody has any outrage for, no white folks have any outrage for that. And why would they?
That's been the approach. So it's basically like, we're going to let you keep going and criminal and victimizing people until you kill someone. We're just going to wait for that to happen, and then we will deal with you.
By the way, there's an open mic night. Anybody's invited. Anybody can come up. Anybody can express their thoughts and opinions. All I ask is people to be respectful and we're just having fun. We're gonna try and pull an all-nighter. And like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the We-On-Loc Nation, the Lock Sector channel. Please, if you're not done so, become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. Let's continue with this horrific bullshit.
Now, somehow that story didn't get much national attention, and neither did this one involving the execution of Tara and Taylor Jones in front of their home in the affluent neighborhood of Wellington, Florida last year. Surveillance footage shows that Tara and Taylor Jones were shot to death by a 63-year-old mechanic named Norman Scott without any provocation of any kind. Again, there was no outrage. There was no public show of support for these victims.
Oh, white outrage. Oh, jeez. It breaks my fucking heart. Oh, I should be. Man. Let's look into everything that's white. If my if my brain serves me correctly, wasn't it your ancestors that brought us here in the fucking first place? Now all of a sudden you're getting tired because we're committing certain crimes? Who the fuck brought us here? So I don't want to hear you crying and bitching and moaning about how white folks are getting killed on a whim, which anybody could select a specific story. Like the Allison one. You said that this boy, Carmelo Anthony, stabbed Metcalf to death. He stabbed when the Pacific language is he stabbed him to his death. He didn't stab him multiple times. Stabbing to death means I stabbed you multiple times. Now, Alan, the white boy, stabbed the Hispanic guy multiple times. Now, you can say that Allison stabbed the Hispanic boy to death. Know the difference between the two languages?
Instead, we're now at the point where three cold-blooded killers in the span of a few months have found large cheering sections on social media, including Rodney Hinton, Carmelo Anthony, and Luigi Mangione. In fact, one of these viral TikTok videos supporting Rodney Hinton with more than 20,000 likes actually brings up Luigi Mangione in this context. Watch.
There's silent rage, and people mistake black Americans sitting out. People mistake that black Americans sitting out doing line dances and stuff. That's a dangerous thing. When I tell you, that's a dangerous thing. And this happened with more than just black Americans months ago.
Get into the shower, honey. You be all right. We'll be here. Get into the shop. Get into the shower. We know you've been hard at work.
Yeah, this happened with Luigi. Silent, never been in trouble.
Man, we on watch.
Mr. Rodney Hinton Jr. Silent rage. That's some serious stuff. The laws of this country and what's going on in this country pushing things to the brink.
Oh, we got us a real nice lady here. Hey, and mahogany roots.
Hey, so
what else? Speak your mind, speak your peace, speak your mind. Go ahead, speak your mind, speak your peace.
Oh no, I was asking because I was listening, but I was, in the gym at the time and then driving home, so I missed a lot. What is the top? Like, fill me in.
No, this is basically open mic night, and some of the topics, we're going to hit multiple topics. One of the famous ones is black fatigue. I don't know what the hell that means, but
what does that mean?
A lot of people on social media and on the internet, it basically means that mostly white folks are getting tired of black ignorance. Let me give another example, a better one. Let's just say.
So why isn't it called white? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, let's just say, for example, they see you with a bonnet and some pajama pants, and mostly I catch this late night, right? People are tired and people just want to get a couple of items and they pay for it and then they go home.
Right.
Black folks are starting to have a problem with that too. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to do a thing on black coons. I call them crackers, but that got kind of derailed. I'm gonna do that some other point in time. Trust me and believe me, it's gonna be a great show. However, black people have black fatigue and white people have white fatigue. That's what it basically.
Wait. So I'm confused. Okay, so what is black fatigue versus what is white fatigue? What are they talking about?
White folks are tired of not able to say the things that are, let's just say, within the First Amendment. In other words, they are tired of not saying the N-word when everybody else is saying the N-word, right? You know what I mean? Versus black folks who sympathize with white people and them is saying it's a free country, they should be able to say whatever they want. So we're fighting two different types of people. We're fighting white people who are tired of black people, and we're fighting black people who are tired of black people. That is what's called D.
Can I go in, please? Can I please go in?
Hold on. She about to. Oh shit! Go right ahead. You got the solo.
Well,
Get it.
I'm about to save this image and then share it to you. But basically, okay. Let me come back to you.
Uh-oh.
I'm talking to you. I'm downloading these pictures to share. But what I'm about to share to you is a woman, a Caucasian woman in a Walmart with a bonnet and her ass crack out. So if they're saying that that's a black thing, that's absolutely not a black thing. But this is the thing. White folks are tired that they don't get to say the N-word. That's such bullshit. And I'm honestly sick of black people. I'm sick of black people being so stupid. We're the only group of people that is that stupid. So if a Hispanic person says a racial slur, which is acceptable in their community, and then I try to say it, I should understand that I can't say that word. Like I would never say I'm about to say a slur. I would never call somebody quote unquote a wetback or a slickback because I know that that's derogatory. Why would I want to be that type of person? Why would I want to be that low of a human being? And the fact that black folks are making up excuses for it, like, oh yeah, they should be able to degrade our people even more than they already have. Like it's stupid. Like I can't have these conversations. If that's what it's about, I'm glad I missed out on it. But black folks are dumb. I love us, but we dumb. And my mom used to say that shit all the time. She used to say, I don't know what's wrong with my people. I don't know what's wrong with my people. I don't know what's wrong with my people. Slavery did a job on this because some of us act like we don't have common sense to get out of shower or rain. Go ahead, We-On-Loc.
But that's why I played when you first came in. I was basically playing a clip of Jason Fat.
Lisa told you.
We on about to. What did you tell me today? But that's one of the reasons why I played the Jason We-On-Loc. I was going to say something else, but that was one of the reasons. It's like, and then you had four individuals. One was Anton, the other one was Boyce Watkins, and I don't know the other two. We're talking about two people who have basically just waved the white flag and say, I give up being who I don't even know who I am, but I completely given up on the black community. I have completely given up. I will acquiesce to your commands, sir, ma'am. You have the rights to say whatever it is you want to say because it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect my bottom line. As long as I'm making money, as long as I'm doing this and doing that, and I don't have kids out of wedlock. I've been married only one time, and
the snowman.
I don't have kids out of.
I'm reading the comment. Miss Lisa says that the snowman is still around.
How stupid the snowman is.
Is it the angry snowman? Is that who she's talking about? The angry snowman, or somebody else?
I think she just. I just think she just meant white people in
general. Oh.
Yeah. She doesn't know anybody like that. I mean, other than the people who pissed me off.
He's been hanging around. His name's the Angry Snowman. He keeps on changing his name. But yeah.
Oh, I know him. I know that guy. I definitely know that guy. I've seen him around. I've seen him around. I've spoken to him a couple of times. Yeah. I didn't know necessarily that he was acquiescing to this type of bullshit. But if I run into him again, we might just have some words like last time, but you weren't here. Because it was last week. I think it was last week or the week before that. Before I left to go on staycation, I had some words with some individuals. And of course, Auntie was here. Tyranny was here. And we were just going back and forth with a couple of white folks that think that they were that they said that they weren't privileged. What white person in the world is not privileged? In a world that's 50% owned by white folks.
They don't see themselves as privileged because white folks have a hard time understanding what they have no understanding, no empathy really of what black folks go through day to day. Like, I'll never forget when Oprah did that show, treating them like secondhand citizens when they had to, on the bus ride, they had to ride at the back of the bus, they had to sit at the back of the studio, and some of them were crying, upset, and all this bullshit. And then they found out it was an experiment. Like, some white folks have never, they don't think, they can't put themselves in our shoes. They don't know what it is to go in a jewelry store and be followed, or have the cops follow you around asking you why you're in this neighborhood. A lot of these motherfuckers never had that experience.
But I'm surprised. I'm surprised you just learned about this. I'm surprised that nobody told you about this whole thing that's going around about black.
I've been watching it, and I was going to research it. Let me tell you something about me, We-On-Loc. I don't do nothing without researching it. And that one thing I actually avoid, if I see too many content creators talking about it, and I saw about 4 or 5 different content creators talking about it. I saw Izzy Bands talking about it. I saw DJ Kuda. When I see a bunch of people talking about it, it makes me not want to talk about it, because I like to do, like we just talked about on my show, I like to do something different than what everybody else is doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that, I mean, if you like I said, if you don't want to be a part of something great, something special, I mean, yes, there are a few knuckleheads here in the world, but you're talking about a very small percentage of people. Like, let me ask you, if you ever been on a cruise before, how ratchet does a cruise actually get? Hardly ever. You hardly ever get black folks and at the same time act ratchet on a goddamn cruise. You caught that one clip, and all of a sudden you want to put black women in a box. You want to put them all in the box. You want to say, well, this is the reason why black homes are separated and all this other bullshit. I was like, wait a minute. When did white pussy taste so great? When did white women have such a control, such a hold on you that you will acquiesce to this bullshit? And this is one of the reasons why both you and I, we saw Sinners, right? And give me, the movie has pretty much, it's stating this. Like, this is the reason why history is so important. When the vampires were sucking your blood, they weren't just sucking your blood and unaliving you. They were stealing information from you. They were stealing your soul. They were stealing all types of shit from you. Right?
Yeah.
That's what mainly what they were doing. And there's nothing different from Jim Crow, nothing different from Willie Lynch, nothing different from Dred Scott, nothing different from redlining, and nothing different from what happened in Africa. They were stealing your information. And they will not leave you. Don't you? It's kind of funny that they would just just come into your space and be infiltrating. Just be infiltrating. That's why you got all these fucking white rappers coming around and stealing your shit and calling and making it great. And all these motherfucking hip hop artists or rap artists saying, "Oh, he's the greatest since sliced bread." I'm like, "Oh, really?" So we get discreditized. We get, we get into all types of shit. But I'll tell you, as I'm gonna give it away too. I'm gonna give this away real quick. Because I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna be like that. I'm gonna be on my Dr. Umar kid. I'm gonna say this at least 3 times. If you don't like being black, get the fuck out. If you don't want to be black, get the fuck out. If you're tired of being black, get the fuck out. But guess what? If you bring your black ass over there, don't bring your punk ass back over here. Leave our sisters alone. Leave the sisters in the bonnets alone. I like seeing sisters in bonnets and they pajama pants and seeing they stretch marks. I love it. I love that shit. What does a bonnet and pajamas stop me from doing grocery shopping? What does a bonnet and pajama pants have anything to do with me pumping my gas? What does that have to do with anything? Because that's what I often hear nowadays is people no, actually I'm lying. That's new to me. So if you're gonna be complaining about that, just imagine that you're gonna be complaining about everything else that black people do, other than being good folk. You seen Mahogany, you seen Roots, right? Everybody's seen Roots. You recognize the patting on the head, the good boy. That's what white folk want you to be, the good boy, the good girl. It's like, wait a minute now, pull back now. You're getting too smart for your britches. How is it that you know that word?
I think honestly, and we've talked about this before, I think black folks need to focus on black folks. We spend too much energy, and I'm not talking about you, but that's a part of our problem. Like even with that, whatever they call it, black fatigue or whatever, black folks are worried about white folks. Why are you worried about white folks? Why are you thinking about them, what they're doing? Because I guarantee you, for the most part, unless they're trying to punish us, they're not really thinking about us, not the way that we think about them, to where we're trying to please them, compete with them, have dinner at their table, marry them, intermingle with them. Like, I think black folks really have a form of Stockholm syndrome, and we really need to work on ourselves and getting ourselves mentally healed. That's why we're able to record a pregnant girl getting beat to death instead of trying to stop the situation. We're holding a cell phone. That's why we're able to get on the internet and drag each other, men and women, like we come from different groups of people. My father is black. Your mother is black. We have that in common, but we don't see that when we're online. So I think black folks need to deal with their mental issues. And I'm only saying this because I love black people. If I didn't love black people, I wouldn't be so hard on us. But we need a foot up our ass, because I mean, and even you, We-On-Loc, as much as you try to defend these women, these women, why aren't their asses over here? See what I'm saying? Like, one thing about me, We-On-Loc. I see, I go over, I know what the fuck I'm doing. I go over there, I battle with these men. At one point I was battling with them, but I can handle my own. But I also knew where my true support lied, and it lied with the men that supported me, like you, like Information Man, like the black man, like D. Darrell, like the black men that actually love black women. DOD. My
DOD, yo.
My alliance would not lie with the man that's up on the panel like Angry Man calling me a bitch. You see what I'm saying? So we got to really check ourselves, deal with ourselves. I've talked about low self-esteem. Why? I get frustrated because why would you be willing to even... You notice I didn't go up on any panels on Mother's Day, because I'm telling you, if somebody had got out of pocket with me, it would have been hell and fury. You see what I'm saying? So I didn't even put myself in that position, but I'm not blaming them because they don't deserve that. But what I'm saying is, as Black women, look at how much support Daryl Long got. Look at how much support Anton Daniels gets from Black women. Why is that? Why are they so desperate and fucking thirsty to be over there with a bunch of hoeing ass no good niggas? And you know, it comes to a point where you have to throw the baby out with the goddamn bathwater because maybe the baby has been drinking arsenic or something. But some of these people cannot be saved, and I'm not gonna save you, honey. I'm not your Captain
No.
Sable. I'm tired. Go ahead.
Baby, I understand what you're saying, and I do. I do sympathize with that sentiment.
Because We-On-Loc, you can get up
There
here
are
and try
certain
and
individuals who
defend.
need to.
You can defend these women all you want, but if they're not willing to stand up for themselves,
It has to
demand
come
they don't
point
respect
where you
themselves.
are
I don't know if there's anything
willing
you
and
do.
able to find people that suppress just mentally for over decades. I think it's okay for has that that negative connotation for so long, and you say it's okay because to you it's just a word. I have a problem with that, and I have a problem with you again acquiescing, kowtowing to white folks that you're trying to please so very much. And I get sick and tired of Black folks saying that why do white folks bother you so much? They bother me because they bother me. They bother me in a sense. And it's not all white folks. It's not all white folks.
But what I'm asking you,
it's not all white folks. What?
Why don't the Black people bother you? Why don't the snake Black people bother you?
Because I'm used to them. I'm used to snakes around the. It's the snake that you know versus the snake that you wish that would never have brought you to a sacred place where sacred snakes are what's the word I'm looking for? Worshipped. Like, for example, and hear me out. There was a particular snake that healed you versus a particular snake that bit you until you died. It's the snake that I particularly know. That I know, even though it looked ugly, it looked hideous, that snake healed you. That snake healed our people. In other words, we had people that we particularly we didn't even know, or we didn't even, or right across the street from us, who all we did was have a freaking conversation, and we got along to get along, vis-a-vis FBA, Adolfs, Pan-African, Hebrew Israelites. I have no problem with the Hebrew Israelites. I have no problem with Adolfs, even though Adolfs got issues. I only have a small problem with FBAs because they specifically are pouring into what white folks are been doing to us. And I mean, I particularly don't like it. My point is, even though you're FBA, you're Pan-African, you're Adolfs, what difference does it make when, quite frankly, the plan is to eliminate us all. Eliminate us all from this earth, which is going to be, which they're constantly trying to do through disease and famine. All we want to do is be left alone. If we are being left alone in our own little land and to our own little devices, we can solve our little with different infrastructures all around. Then it would be actually fitting to say that, you know, we can take accountability for our actions. But when white folks love to get into your shit, love to infiltrate, it's a problem. Do you understand? It's a problem. I don't need a white person to tell me how bad I am. I don't need a white person to tell me how I'm not. I'm being feared more than respected. That's what you got grandmas and grandmas for. That's why you had those grandmothers and great grandmothers. Not now, most of them are gone, but they's the one that held you accountable. We don't have those grandparents anymore. So who's supposed to be in first in line? We are. But if you're so sick and tired to the point where you don't want to speak to us anymore, and you want to constantly feed in information, or you want to give information to the people who's been oppressing us for decades now, then you go over there with them. You go over there and you stay over there with them. You're tired? I'm tired too. How are white mahogany? Tell me something. How the fuck white people are going to get tired of whooping our ass for so long? Tell me that.
I don't know what to say. That's why I did not talk about this topic, because I'm not interested in. I mean, I understand if you feel some way about the topic, but I don't. I could care less. I don't care what.
I understand. I get it.
Care what they think. I don't.
Yeah. I get it. I truly get it, and I truly understand. But I didn't bring up this topic. They did.
Who brought it up? I think I first saw it on I don't know if it was O'Shea, because all these niggas do is review other people's shit from other popular. That's all they do. Most of them review Anton Daniels, or they review O'Shea Duke Jackson.
O'Shea, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then it feeds into the algorithms and stuff.
And then I'm willing to bet. So what'll happen is O'Shea will do something, then Angry Man will do something, then Izzy Bands will do something, then one of his followers will do something. I can almost peep it. It's crazy.
But what they got to be tired of? You got ignorant people coming there all day talking about black women this, black women that. It's like you went from. It's strange, right? Because you went from gender war to race war to black fatigue. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Black fatigue is just them being sick of black people.
I just think they're sick of black women. I think that's all that is. Especially that goddamn statue that it was like, what does a statue got to do with anything?
Do you know that there's statues of black people all over the world? I wonder if they know that the original Statue of Liberty was a black woman, a black slave.
Duh! I don't see any white women with chains.
Yeah, but a lot of these fools don't know that she's originally a black woman. They don't know that. They dumb. We-On-Loc, they dumb. Why would I sit up here? I have a bachelor's in science. Why? That's what I'm telling you. Do you think I'm going to waste my time arguing with these people? Jay Prince works at McDonald's. Like, no offense, but I'm not about to waste my time arguing with these people on these panels. I'm sitting here with a science degree and a history, like an art history degree. No, these people are.
He finally got a job.
Well, I don't know. That's when I stopped watching him, when he started bragging about. Well, he left that job, and then now I think he does CNA, which is better. That's good. But child, I don't take these people seriously. I can't. Make your head hurt.
But listen, it's not like we listen. I didn't do this on purpose. Like I said, the reason why I started this is because of what happened 2 weeks ago, right? I was drained after that. Ask Lisa. Lisa was there. She will tell you. I had literally had a full panel full of people. Most of them were white, asking me what was my problem with Nick Fuentes. And I was like, I have a problem with Nick Fuentes because he's the one that orchestrated this bullshit of I'm tired of black people. I don't like living around black people. They don't like living around your punk ass either. But if my memory serves correctly, weren't you the one responsible of macing, first of all, macing a white woman and throwing her down the steps? You went to jail for that, didn't you?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, because a white woman came. You were talking shit about black women, but a white woman came over to your house, knocked on the door. You maced her and pushed her, and that's why you went to jail. But you feel some type of way about black people. How shameful. Yes, it was crazy. Yes. And of course you got black, these crackers coming up and yelling the N-word, and this white boy calling tyranny a black bitch and all this other shit. And I was like, I did not crash out. Damn it. I did not crash out. I didn't say anything. All I said was, let's just all be respectful, and this and that and this and the third. But honey, I got to get ready for. All right, sweet. She's tired of my black ass. Mahogany's tired of my black ass. It's like, what's up with all this black shit? Bridget, how you doing, sweets? Like I said, this is an open mic night. So far, one person has come up. I'm just waiting for that one individual. Oh, she knows who she is. She got time. She got time to spare. Ain't that right, Lisa? Ain't that right, Lisa? And you was flapping your gums. She don't have to come up. How you doing, Bridget? How's it been going? We can keep this going. Excuse me. Let me tell you, this desert is no fucking joke. If you're living in the desert or you're living in an area where it's hot, please, I recommend you drink lots and lots of water. Well, let me preview this stuff by, I ain't gonna mention no names because I don't want to get flagged. So let me do this. Let me cover, if I can cover up. Let me see. Can I cover up? Nope. Can I cover up? Nope. Oh well. She can flag this and flag. What the fuck? I don't have no problem with that.
What is black fatigue? What is it? Let me share this. So apparently this is trending and it's called black fatigue.
Matter of fact, I got a better one that I can, because you be bitching and moaning too much. Let's go to your favorite guy, Lisa. Let's just go ahead and go to your favorite guy, and let's see. Let's see. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. I am about $7 away. I'm with the $7 program, and I am $7 away. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Let's review this nonsense.
He quacks like an anti-Semite. Right? He walks like an anti-Semite. And he spends all day, every day, spewing hateful abuse. Like he probably
say what I said was hurtful and evil things about the Jews, which I disagree. I'm probably the biggest Jewish supporter on this panel. But what I'm saying is that when you look at the song, I'm articulating clearly that I don't think that was his intent initially by saying Hail Hitler. He did have an articulable point of why he was upset. He was comparing himself to Hitler. I don't think it was his connection. But I do think it's wrong. I do think it's dumb. I do think it's stupid to make a song like that. That's like saying you're going to make a song to prove a point helping supporting the child.
Right, but I'm going to bring
at some point, you're not going to get your point across.
Okay, I'm going to bring Tyson in here. You see, I don't just think it's wrong or dumb or any of those things. I think it's absolutely dangerous in the way that Brian just articulated. We saw Dave Portnoy come out and say that, he'd been in, I think, some restaurant and people had
doing is anti-Semitic, right? Because anti-Semitism is literally hatred directed toward Jews, and that's what's being done, whether that's his intention or not. But I think the more interesting question is, where is this anti-Semitism coming from more generally, and why is the stuff that he's saying resonating at all? Because if we don't address that higher level question, then Jewish people are not going to be helped by us just wagging our finger. We need to actually figure out what is the root cause of this, and how.
I don't care about that shit.
So the real question is, how do we solve this racial animus and division and make
There
both
we
sides
go.
feel heard? Because I think what's going on is both sides are expressing pain. Black people are feeling discriminated against and they're acting tribally. White people are feeling discriminated against and they're acting tribally. Both sides have legitimate grievances that are not being heard, and instead we're making the conversation.
Wait. What's up with this tribalism shit? Many tribes along the coast, along the regions of South Africa, and even some regions in North Africa. There were different tribes in those times. And then you go to the United States. There were tribes in the United States. Indians had tribes. I'm trying to figure out what's up with this. Everybody has tribalism. So white folks are complaining that black folks stick to their own. Is that it? I'm confused. Are we not supposed? Oh, we're supposed to. We are the world. I can't even play the clip. We are the children, so we're supposed to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Is that what I'm getting, Lisa? Is that what I'm getting, Bridget? Anybody, please, anybody, express it to me. Why is tribalism a thing? That's my question. Why is tribalism a thing? Please, feel free to educate me, please. Hell, I need education. Trump tried to take it away.
About free speech when it's not about that.
You know what? It's really interesting. I think you're really onto something there. And I blame social media completely.
And oh, by the way, I am not for Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan has an agenda. Just to let people know that I am not for Piers Morgan. I just like reviewing this shit because I'm just waiting for him to slip one dime. But I digress.
For fueling this tribalism, where people feel like it doesn't matter whether facts, should steer them a different direction or should change their opinion or make them to see common sense. If your side is taking a kicking over something, the instinctive reaction of so many people on social media now is to jump in and blindly support the indefensible if it comes to it, if it in their eyes somehow addresses the balance. So fallout to the interview with the gay white racist. I want to play a match of some of the reaction because at the end I'm trying to say the N-word, really trying to force her to actually come to terms with what she was boasting about doing. And it was only when Mark Lamont Hill, who was the only African American, so please do that. I thought the point is right, and I decided to leave it there. But the reaction, let's take a look.
But in the process of screaming about how she can't say the word, he himself says the word. It's bleeped out, so you may have missed it. And then to cap things off, he calls the other black panelist, Myron, an Uncle Tom, which is also a racial slur. So If you're keeping track at home, Mark said
Uncle Tom's a racial slur. Damn, they like taking shit away from us, don't they? God damn, we can't have nothing up in this piece. Even though it's the wrong word. It's Sambo. That's the term, not Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom is the helper. Sambo is the snitch. That's just a little education for you.
Racial slurs while shrieking about how he doesn't want to hear any racial slurs. And it's like a psychotic spectacle.
It's just a word. But Pierce, you invited her to say the word. I don't even get what's the difference between inviting her to say it and then him making a joke about it. And because he doesn't think with his skin.
These two dumb white, these two dumb white boys. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. These two dumb, stupid ass white boys. Two big rednecks, by the way. You just stupid. I can't stand y'all. Just fucking stupid for no reason.
In color, Myron. Yeah, he's an Uncle Tom. I'm a proud Uncle Tom over here. Yeah.
I was frustrated with Pierce for trying to create a space to invite someone or dare someone to use that word, because he shouldn't be able to do that.
You talk, I see what the Pierce play looked like it could be. But what it ended up being has no place in 2025 also.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of thought, Brandon, I'm interested in what you think. I thought they slightly misinterpreted my intention. It was purely to expose her cowardice, which I felt would be that she wouldn't say it. And I wanted to say, you want to brazenly boast that you would say this to people. Actually, when it comes to it, I bet you don't. I did get their point, and I do think it's a very delicate area, that kind of thing, but it wasn't done just for clickbait, as some thought. But Brandon, the fallout to that debate.
The biggest element in the whole debate was Mark Lamont Hill. He emasculated, said the N-word, and called another black man an Uncle Tom. Do you know, that's the craziest thing ever. You can say the young lady saying the N-word is bad. Of course, I don't use the N-word. I don't compel my children to use the N-word. And I think every black person in America should stop using that word. We said it's bad when white people say it. We need to stop using that doggone word. But for Mark Lamont Hill to scream at you and cry on the panel, and he's using the word every day. Less. She's an ignorant fool if she says the N-word.
I don't blame you. I truly do not blame you. Not this idiot, but I'm talking specifically to Bridget. Here's the thing. Racism in this country will never, ever die. It will never go away. It might go away for a season, but there's always going to be something to remind you, sweetheart. There's always going to be something to remind you of that. This is the reason why I ask people to come up, ask people to express their feelings and have expression. If they have some expressions, just like Mahogany, she's always going to step up to the plate no matter what. If you have a problem with this, feel free to express it. But you don't have anybody to tell you that you're wrong or it's what you're saying is obscure. No, we're always going to agree to disagree. But there are certain things that I'm going to agree with you with in terms of, racist bigots are everywhere. They're everywhere. You're just not going to catch them because the United States has a sort of stronghold on language or American society, but then again, it's kind of ass backwards at times. For example, when you get when you get the Klan to burn down a cross, you can actually see that on YouTube. If they don't burn down crosses anymore, then of course they'll wear the white Jesus. Like, why we gotta cover up our faces? Just reveal who you are. No, ain't nobody gonna give a fuck who you are anymore. Ain't nobody gonna care about the white clan dragon, the green clan dragon, or the red clan dragon. No one cares anymore. Their numbers are dwindling, just like white society is dwindling. But they say that because they're absolutely fear that they are losing this battle. But wait a minute, if they're losing, you must ask yourself this question: who's winning? We're not. We're not winning anything. We don't own and control our own resources. We don't own and control our banks. We don't own and control any industries or anything like that. All the other refugees are coming, not refugees, but other black immigrants are coming into the country and they're getting grants, which I don't particularly have a problem with. They have their own businesses. As a matter of fact, I go to their stores all the time, and they don't say anything to me. They welcome me with open arms. I don't have a problem with Africans, Jamaican. I don't have a problem with them. They live downstairs near me. Even though we keep to ourselves sometimes. I help take their trash out, and they usually say, they say thank you very much, and either have a conversation. We have sometimes brief conversations, or I'll bet you this summer, when it gets hot enough, we're gonna start barbecuing. They start getting it. This Haitian lady, she always sends me a plate of food. Always. Even though I don't do certain types of, I at least grab a plate and I give it to my wife. And she tears that shit up. Listen, I'll grab a plate of food. She welcomes me with open arms. I have no problem with they're my people. They're my people. They are my people. Even though we speak a different language, they speak Creole. I don't speak Creole. I would perfectly well learn the language, even though it's a slave language. I wouldn't mind learning Igbo. I wouldn't mind learning those things. But for white people to acquiesce themselves to get in a space and infiltrate is beyond me. If they're so tired of us, why can't they just leave us the fuck alone? Why? Why can't they just leave us alone? And we having too much. Aren't we terrorists? Quote unquote terrorists? Aren't you tired of dealing with the same shit? Aren't you tired with the seeing our women with bonnets and pajamas on? Aren't you tired of that? Aren't you tired of us playing rap music, even though I don't blaze that type of rap music? Because I don't listen to 90% of the rap music of today. I don't. I'll put on some old school. There are specific rappers that I listen to: Lupe Fiasco, Kendrick Lamar, Mos Def, Ice Cube, Bone Thugs and Harmony, and Twisted. Now, I will listen to Nas on a good day, but the rest of them, I don't listen to them. I don't listen to. I would rather to listen to old school hip hop. I would rather listen to that than the shit that's going on today. I tried listening to Travis Scott. I can't get into it. I listened to Drake long enough. He's getting on my nerves. I can't listen to him. I can't listen to Travis Scott. I can't listen to Drake anymore. I can't listen to not Crunchy Black. The other guy. I forgot what his name was. I saw, as a matter of fact, I saw what's the book? Bootsy. I saw little Bootsy a couple of months back. He was at the Caesar's Palace Casino where I used to work. He was at the Caesar's Palace Casino, just chilling, just shooting dice. I don't listen to his fucking music. All right? There's this certain music I just won't listen to. Right? But if Gorilla, and this is a true story, this is a true statement and a true story. If there was a white man, which there was, that was asked the question of like, what rap music would you listen to? Which was asked was just something ridiculous. And he was like, would you listen to Meg Thee Stallion? Like, no, I'm just saying something smart. But when it came to Gorilla, what was it? Oh yeah. It was like Gorilla, she owned up to her name, Gorilla. And you got the black kid laughing, and I don't find it funny. Even though I don't listen to Gorilla, I'm definitely coming to her defense. Just because I listen to Meg Thee Stallion, I don't listen to Meg Thee Stallion, or I don't listen to Nicki Minaj, or I don't listen to any of these they just make me sick. All that music makes me sick. I mean, you can shake and twerk all day long. If I want to see some shaking and some twerking, I will pop on some African videos of original rump shaking. Original rump shaking that has some spirituality into that. All that other shit, y'all can leave for these young men to get. I mean, come on now. I'm 44 years old, and I've seen any and everything from rum shaking to shaking your ass to putting shit in your ass. I mean, y'all just come up with whatever white folks do, you try to amplify it even further, which is so ridiculous. But I am not going to let white folks just infiltrate. I'm not. It's astounding to me. So, Rich, I get where you're coming from. I get your statement. I get where you're coming from. But as long as we share the same air, I'm talking about black folks and white folks, as long as we share the same air and that air has been condensed to everybody else that's coming into the United States, the air is going to be condensed and it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. We're just going to be dealing with this until the war pops off. If that war pops off, you need to be on one side or the other. Ain't no in between. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. They are not going to leave you alone. That's just asking the devil. Why do you hate me so much? The devil's not in a position to tell you why he hates you. You're put it to you like this. You're a puppet. You're a puppet in a sick play. We all are. The real elitists have places where they can go where they don't have to entertain none of this shit. The elitists who have the money, they have the resources, they have the power, they have the money to build certain infrastructure in a place where you don't know about, where you're never going to find them. Well, people have actually absolutely found these people. But the places where they are, they don't have to acquiesce to none of this shit. And they're the ones that cause the chaos. They're the ones that are causing the chaos. Not blacks, and certainly not poor whites. The elitists are the ones that are doing all the destruction. There are too many people. This is Ted Turner. Ted Turner, the owner of TNT and the owner of something else. This is what he had said. This is what he had stated. Lisa, I think she knows about Ted Turner. Ted Turner said these words, and I'm paraphrasing. There are too many people here on the planet. There are way too many people here on the planet Earth. There are at least 7 billion to 7 trillion people on the planet. And they have got to go. There are too much food shortages. That's how that started off. Food shortages. You talk about the food that we unnecessarily throw away? That homeless people go into the garbage cans and retrieve? You talking about that food shortage? Nah, it's an excuse. You just don't want black people to exist anymore. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you have something that will, other than disease and famine, other than poison in the water, pretty soon poison in the ozone layer. If you get, let's just say you get rid of black people altogether, they're extinct. All of us extinct. All of us are extinct, right? And I'm just not talking about regular black folk. I'm talking about interracial people, right? Interracial people. Once you get them out, then what? You're going to have to deal with the Chinese. And the Chinese have the only ones that have their number due to the resources and the power that they possess. So I understand that people are, people like us are, getting sick and tired of being picked on. I understand all that. But it's never going to go away. So either you have to embrace it or don't come back to it. I understand.
It doesn't bother me. It doesn't change my bank account. It doesn't make me not be a good father to my children. It's an ignorant person using an ignorant word. It has no bearing on my life.
All right.
The Mark's so hyper emotional. And they create these scenarios and this activism.
People like him, it never affects their life because he's married to a white woman. And the only power he wields is his big fat ass. Because he's 285 pounds and he's 6'2", and the only power that he wields is pushing young white kids around and pushing a lady down on the floor. And it's okay. But let them come to the hood and do that shit. You will never come to the hood.
And false sense of caring about the word when it's not even really true in themselves. They are hypocrites. And that's the biggest problem that I saw on that show.
Okay, Kaiser, I know you want to say something. Before I remember a Washington Post survey, I think it was. It revealed that the is used 500,000 on social exclusively by young African men who aimed that in an empower a girl, probably late teens, who was at college and was dancing around to a rap, had the M-word in it, and was caught on a cell phone video using the M in the to this danger of if you put out the M-word all day long in rap music, social media, and so on, like do that, and then you're going to end up with this. But it's often say as a white guy, but for what it's worth, my opinion is it just leads to that.
I disagree, and I think it's time for a little "the more you know" corner on the difference between a hard R and a soft A when it comes to the N-word, because there is a difference. And when we say it's being said 500,000 times a day, yeah, well, when it's used with a soft A, it's often used as a term of camaraderie within the Black community. And I see Brandon shaking his head. You can argue it's not healthy, but it's not the same thing as a hard R. So I think we would all agree that even if a Black person said the hard R to another Black person, those would be fighting words. It's very different than a soft A. Now, you might think that we shouldn't be using either of them, but I want to make a difference, the distinction clear, because we should at least be accurate about what we're even talking about, because I don't think there's a fair characterization.
Well,
now,
let's
where
be
I
honest,
agree with Brandon, Brandon, I'm not done, and I haven't interrupted you, so please let me finish my point.
I respect that.
So, Mark, I think the gentleman's name was, I agree with Brandon. His reaction was entirely hyperbolic, and it's actually not helpful. Because I think regardless of your thoughts on hard R versus soft A, if you allow any word to have that much power over your emotions, you are giving more fuel to the word. And as someone who is online and I commentate online, sometimes people call me hard R and I just ignore them. I don't give them more. I don't like it, obviously, but I'm not going to feed someone's racial or hateful animus toward me by giving them the light of day. So again, we can have disagreements on how the term is used, but it is not accurate to say that Black people are calling each other hard R all the time. You can disagree with the use of a soft A. They're not the same. And I think Mark is actually giving more fuel to the fire than is needed.
Jack,
hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
Just
quickly,
really, like 2 seconds. I love the gentleman over there, man. You probably one of the smartest guys I ever met. I love your takes. However, I think it's slightly off just a little bit with the A. No white person can use the soft A. Can we admit, if I had a friend that was a white person that was my friend and they said, "What's up, Mike?" with a so Black person will accept that. So I think that when it comes to white people, the hard R or the soft A is still the same. It's unacceptable. Right.
If I walked up to Brandon at a Turning Point event and was like, "What's up?"
No, it is not the same, but I digress. I don't want to argue with somebody who's out of touch and out of place with himself. I refuse.
It could go down too well.
No, and I think the sonority girl I was talking about, who was caught singing, I think it was a Kanye West song, actually. But I think, no one drew that distinction about soft or hard R.
Is it okay for a white person to sing the song? Is it okay? But here's the thing. If Black people are taking the word back or whatever, which I think is ridiculous, is it okay for a white person to at least sing the song that they paid money for and they paid to go to the concert?
That is an interesting question, isn't it?
Taking the money?
If it's #1 in the charts, should a white person be able to sing it, even if it includes the N-word with a soft A at the end?
So that
to me is where it all gets very tricky.
Take the money from can't say it.
White people should be able to say it if they sing in a song.
Well, Brian, what's your view?
Okay. Makes me uncomfortable. The word makes me uncomfortable. You're allowed to say it. I would never say it. It's completely different context when a Black person says it to a Black person.
Yeah.
Do I think the word should be used in any situation? Absolutely not. Can I just go back to Shiloh?
First and foremost, if we're going to tell the truth, I hardly ever hear that word. I hardly ever hear it. At least where I'm from, where it's a diverse of people everywhere, Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Mexican, Haitian. That word is hardly ever used. I believe somebody came up with this and said, "Fuck it, let's just make content out of it." That's just my belief. But possibly in Atlanta, wink, wink, possibly in Atlanta, where it's like 95% Black, right? And you have a lot of Black-owned things. And that's the only place in the United States that's, relatively, if I can be wrong, if I'm wrong, Lisa, correct me, that 95% of people from Georgia are Black, then you have at least a fair amount of percentage of wealth and influence in Atlanta and Savannah in other places, well, Savannah, that's like a small little hick town. That's like almost Arkansas-like. Because I've been to Savannah, Georgia. It ain't nothing but, I mean, there's some places out there, but I mean, you can ride the horse carts and everything. It's pretty nice out there. It's pretty nice. But the rest of it, I mean, it has a lot of land out there, unless they tore down those trees out there. But anyway, it's more likely a black town than anything. It's beautiful, it's bright, and I hardly ever hear that word, the N word, ever, unless if you're in a private conversation and you say, if you say, "What up, my nigga?" It's like that's we keep that to ourselves. Why do you have to have somebody come in and say, "Why do you have to say that in front of?" I would have told you, who the fuck is you? I would have gotten pissed. But unfortunately, hopefully I'm with my daughter or I'm with my son, and I can easily say, who are you? Or I just walk away. I'm like, am I bothering you or something? You're using words around me. You're the one that came in my inner circle. I think it's something that somebody said today. What it was, it's not black fatigue, right? It's not necessarily black fatigue. It's called I forgot what the guy said. It's called black. It's called black love or some shit. I forgot what he said. Let's go. It doesn't really matter.
Really quickly, if I can, I'm going to say this right now on this show. Anybody who has donated money to her is despicable. Okay, she claims that she has been threatened. I've had death threats as well. I'm not asking people for money because of death threats. Okay, I don't condone any of those threats if that happened. But anybody who donates money to hers, to me, it's like donating money to the Ku Klux Klan. She called a 5-year-old child the N-word, and now she's being rewarded for it. Those are despicable people that are donating money to her, and I'm going to leave it there. And if anyone on this panel disagrees with me, I'd love to hear your argument.
Right. Jack,
she
you
called
disagree
a
with him?
5-year-old the N-word, so she should be rewarded for that?
Jack?
Well, I guess my question is, do you have the same view over people donating to Carmelo Anthony?
Sure, I'll answer that question. I love your whataboutism, but I'll still answer your question. There's a fine line difference between people who I'm answering your question. There's a fine line difference between people who are giving money for a legal fund so he can defend himself, and people that are donating money to a woman who called somebody the N-word.
You're cool with that?
Which I, of course I'm not cool with that. Why would you think I'd be okay with that? Listen, we will find.
And I understand now. I totally understand it now. White folks are scared now. I use that word too loosely. They are really tired. But they ain't tired of us. They're tired of other whites. Just think about it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. How many white men do you see around black women? Plenty, right? Which is quite disgusting, but whatever. But you see them around, right? And you get that one. You get that one that says, you're a traitor to our race and all this other shit, and why you would, just like with Dog the Bounty Hunter. Now, Dog the Bounty Hunter, I saw at Resorts World, and I didn't look until I looked thoroughly, and he looked dead at me, and he waved at me, right? And it didn't catch on until I was like, hey, that's Dog the Bounty Hunter. Right? His wife had passed away, so he was with with a totally young thing, somebody that was possibly younger than him. But anyway, then I forgot he had told I think his youngest son, who was going to be with had a black girlfriend at the time, you need to get rid of her because I am not going to risk my years of being a bounty hunter for 30 years because some effing N-word heard us say the N-word and turn this into some newscaster. He said these words. I swear to you, these are his words. These are his words, not mine. He said, it's not that they're black. We don't say we don't throw at them, you effing scum nigger without a soul. We don't mean that stuff. This is him. And then when he got caught, he was on the Larry King show crying his little eyes out. And he said, and he was pleading, he said, I want them to, when on my deathbed, I want them to bury me upside down with the rest of the blacks. And at that time, I was like, why don't we bury you now? And just play with your wife a little bit. I don't touch swine. I don't do that. But I'll let the homies play with her. I mean, she did have some big old knockers. Yeah, they can deny that. I don't again, all that white trash, it don't mean nothing to me. If the homies want it, they can have it. But hey, we'll just bury you at that moment. But he's alive and well, and he's messing with younger women and still doing bounty hunting shit, but whatever. But that's just how white people are. And I'm not surprised that this guy in the middle, I'm not surprised that he said, well, do you accept white something to the degree of whites killing? Well, let me rewind that back. Let me see what he said. There you
find out what happens with Carmelo Anthony in a.
Well, I guess my question is, do you have the same view over people donating to Carmelo Anthony?
Yes.
Sure, I'll answer that question. I love your whataboutism, but I'll still answer your question. There's a fine line difference between people who. I'm answering your question. There's a fine line difference between people who are giving money for a legal fund so he can defend himself, and people that are donating money to a woman who called somebody the N-word.
You're cool with that?
Which I, of course I'm not cool with that. Why would you think I'd be okay with that? Listen, we will find out what happens with Carmelo Anthony in a courtroom. No, I didn't. I'm answering your question. You're not listening to me. No. If you're donating money to help somebody defend themselves in a courtroom, now listen, if he's found guilty, then I'll feel differently about it. I want to wait and see
potential legal challenges.
He is facing legal challenges, but I'm sure you had the same concern with all the legal challenges that Donald Trump was facing, right? I'm sure you did. I'm sure you had the same problem with Donald Trump when they donated money to him for his legal fund with the 34-count felonies. You have Trump fellatio syndrome, okay? It's called TFS.
Right,
don't say I have Trump derangement syndrome.
You see, here you go. We just, hey, Pierce, we just like you exposed that white girl, we're exposing him.
Talk about Trump.
Hold on.
You
just said I have Trump derangement syndrome.
Every night.
Okay,
look at you.
You just said I have Trump derangement syndrome.
Brandon, you love white folk, don't you? You love kissing their ass, don't you? Go ahead and pucker up, big boy.
I responded,
and
I don't wear the Donald Trump knee pads 24/7 like
well, I'm a Trump supporter too, so do I wear the knee pads?
You sure do.
I think it's sensible.
About you, Brandon.
Let me give it. You know what?
As a matter of fact, you got the knee pads, the elbow pads, and you got the lipstick. So what? And what? Somebody clip that and send it to him. You are a Trump supporter. You got the knee pads, the elbow pads, and the lipstick. Why don't you wear the wig? Why don't you wear a blonde wig, you dumb bitch? Let's continue.
Let me give the last word to Isaac, because he'd be waiting patiently. And you, unlike the others, you put your hand up so gracefully when you want to speak. I do like this new marker of respect, and things are deteriorating a little to your left or right. So, final word to you.
Hey.
Okay, cool. So quick.
As a matter of fact, I'm so bolden because he ain't gonna touch me. None of these motherfuckers is gonna touch me when I say this. Hey, Brandon, quit wearing the elbow pads and the knee pads, and to quit sucking Donald Trump's bleep 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 bleep. I wish I had the fucking soundboard. What? While you're at it, while you're down there, don't forget the blonde wig. You stupid. Let me stop. Lisa's like, you know I got family watching you, right? It's like, okay, I'll tone it down. Oh boy, you know you're in trouble when Dark Lake's in the building. Good Lord Jesus.
Damn straight. Damn straight.
What up, cousin?
You're not in trouble tonight, though, man. It's the people on that screen that's in trouble, bro.
All right. Hey,
How you doing?
Hey, hold on. Well, there, I already told you what you need to do. Just go ahead and do it, there. I will be off in a little bit. I'm fine. I'm pretty well. How about yourself? I haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
Oh, pretty good, man. Honestly, like I was just listening to your show real quick. Honestly, I just wanted to hop on and say what's up. Maybe spend like, a few minutes up here, see how you're doing, add to the show and all that, man. It's good seeing you. You look good. Everything looks good, man. You still running the show, so that's cool.
I'm trying. So what complaints, what concerns, what inquiries do you have?
Damn, man, the way you're asking me that question, like
I'm just saying, I mean, you gotta get to the quicker things, We ain't got that much time.
Yeah, when you were talking about black fatigue, right?
Hold on. I didn't come up with that. Somebody else came up with that.
It's been a thing that's been going around on social media everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about this. I've still been on a couple other shows. We've talked about it too. So I think for the most part, because there was a viral video where this woman was talking about black fatigue, and I just think it's like it's a new term that is bullshit. I think it's just an excuse people use to vent their actual true feelings about a particular demographic, us, right? Because it's like they think that we're always trying to put ourselves in the moral like the moral police, trying to be the moral police, so we're tired of being preached to and the rhetoric of being righteous and not saying the N-word and treating people respectfully, but they don't even treat people respectfully. They call themselves the N-word. So now I'm fatigued about this rhetoric, and I'm going to then combat that rhetoric, and I'm going to combat those people. That's my view of their perception of what those white people or any other people, their perception of what black fatigue is. Am I pretty close?
Are you talking about the same particular people that listen to what was hip hop music, which I would call rap music, and they soak up all of our information, all of our skills, all of our move sets, and they use it to acquiesce.
That's a great point. Why wasn't there any fatigue there?
You had no trouble there. You know what I mean? You had no problem coming to the NBA and being one of the greatest white boys in NBA history. Yeah, no fatigue there.
We need to shut up about Carmelo Anthony, but I mean, they need to shut up about. We need to shut up about Carmelo Anthony, but they can go on and on about OJ. You know what I'm saying? And how we were defending that, but it seems like they're in an awfully similar fucking position defending that, right? It's like, you know, all you got to do. Okay, you don't like this person, but it's Tommy Sotomayor, and I heard him say something one time, right? All you got to do is inverse the argument. If you inverse the argument with logic, then the bullshit of the opposing side is revealed, if there is bullshit to it, right? So everything that they're complaining about us, they're using these false equivalencies. I don't understand how they can make it on that show. Was that Piers Morgan?
Yeah, that was Piers Morgan.
Yeah, you know, how do you feel about? Huh? I'm sorry.
I have a question. I have a question for Tommy. If he is listening, usually sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. I have a question for Tommy. What was it? Is it irreversible to get the babies back that were being torn from the mother's womb by white people, and using them for alligator meat? Can we get those babies back? Can we get Emmett Till back? The one that came from Chicago and from Mississippi to see his grandparents. Can we get him back? Can we get all those thousands and thousands of people who suffered from World War I and World War II, that were on the front lines, that were protecting white people's way of life? Can we get those people back? I mean, Jesus, I don't know. Why is it every time that we have conversation with these people, we have to be the good folk? We have to be the good people. You know, the patting on the head. You seen Roots, the patting on the head, good boy. We got to be the good boy. What if I came up to you, Dark Lake, and started patting you on the head? You a good boy. Be a good. Don't stray too far. You too intelligent. You are too intelligent and too black for your own good. Where'd you get that intelligent for, boy? You ain't supposed to be smarter than me. You ain't supposed to be acquiescing and having and highlighting things. You're not supposed to know your ABCs. You're not supposed to know your letters. You're not supposed to know your numbers. You're not supposed to know anything that I did not tell you. You are so. You could be president of the United States. You could be president of the United States and say, why do you have to be president of the United States of America? Why do you? What do you have that my white colleagues don't have? Huh? Ask Tommy this question. Is it fair to say, let's see, that white pussy is better than black pussy?
I don't think he would ever say that.
Yes, he would.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't say that.
You don't know Tommy like I know Tommy. Please.
Oh my goodness.
You don't know Tommy like I know Tommy. Just because he was on OnlyFans tearing it up does not mean he would lay down his life on the line for a black woman. Please stop it. Stop it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
He loves that white cooch too much. Stop it.
He likes black women. I don't.
Yeah, now.
What do you mean now? He has 2 daughters.
Huh?
He has 2 daughters, man.
What does that mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, it implies that he at least was attracted to black women.
Wait, what do you call them? I forgot what y'all call them. What did y'all call them? Oops babies? Y'all call them oops babies, right?
Yeah, but even if it was a mistake, he was still getting with black women. Two different ones.
All right, Dr. I know y'all.
No, I'll leave you. I'll let you talk to Tommy. I'm not talking to Tim about that. But those are questions you can ask him. But no, We-On-Loc. I just think that it's extremely interesting that what they critique us for, right, is exactly what they end up doing eventually. I don't see the equivalency of, sending money for Carmelo Anthony's defense versus sending money to a woman who called a 5-year-old kid the N-word. Those are two totally different things. How is that the same thing?
White privilege. I answered that quick. White privilege. I'm white and I say so.
And there was I forget the other guy's name, but the black dude to the far left, he's shaking his head like the dude is making sense, but he wasn't.
But she said she was in fear of her life. She said she was in fear of her life that that her someone called her job and people were trying to burn her house down. Like what black person has that much time to do all that? I can understand the doxing part, but to come over your house and to burn your house down or to call your job, I don't have that much time in the world.
How much did she make though? Was she a millionaire because of it, or what is it?
She made over 700,000.
Wow, are you serious?
Yep.
And but what's interesting too is that I was having this discussion with someone else. Yeah, those people who are sending that money, they're the scum of the earth. Fuck them, right? However, I also, I always hold people accountable, right? I think that black people are somewhat to blame for this because it's like if black people weren't ultra sensitive about that word, then it wouldn't be so easy for other demographics to exploit us and troll us, essentially. So now it's like a blueprint. All you got to do is go out in the public and troll black people. Talk about the N-word, say the N-word, do something racially egregious that's not technically illegal where you can go to jail forever, but verbally saying something or poking and prodding in a racial type of way, get a stark reaction out of the black community, then play the victim. Oh, because I said this and, I believe in free speech, these people are trying to attack my free speech, that now they're threatening my life. Now, there's something that I can't do. Oh, please, 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 all the people who support free speech and don't want to see me suffer undue consequences from just practicing my free speech. Send me money, please. These sensitive black people are trying to ruin my life. And I just feel like we're giving them that power to do that. Maybe you disagree, but you kind of understand the gist of what
I want to know. No. I want to know how. I really want you to educate me on that. How are we giving them power, even though they're the ones that gave us the word? How are we giving them power?
We're giving them power in the sense that of our reaction to it, right? If it wasn't something that we would have to categorize as offensive, which it is offensive, but I'm just saying, pertaining to law and society, it's like if there's no attempt to reprimand something that we're sensitive about, then there's no space for a person to lie and play a victim to exploit the black community to get things like funding. That's what I'm saying. It's because this thing is deemed as wrong and whoever says it should have consequences. It's that aspect of it that's allowing people to troll and to actually reap the benefits off of us.
Let's just say I do agree with you. Let's just say I do agree with you that people are absolutely trolling on that word, and we shouldn't be. it shouldn't be an issue to us because it's been said to us. It's been said to us for years, minus the children, because the children shouldn't be called that word. However, I will say this: I know what the word means, and as long as I know what the word actually means, because there are three different connotations of that word. One of them I would accept. The other ones you can just toss them out the window. I would consider you a nigga, but it will be a different word. It will be niggos. Do you know what niggos means?
God.
You have a good day, sir.
Go ahead, don't tell me.
You just said it.
Yeah, it's a derivative of the word, you know, like I think it comes from like Ethiopia. It was like niggas and then nigos. And when I think when the English went to Ethiopia, they couldn't really pronounce the word niggas, so they were saying nigger, and then nigger turned into nigga. So a lot of people who know that history, when they say nigga, they are saying it from the perspective of God, because they used to say my niggas, my nigga. Back in those times.
I don't have to say much to you because you already know. You already know the language. You already have the information. So why should I be jealous? Why should I have anything negative to say towards you because you have all the information? I can't say anything to you. The only thing is jealousy, which I'm not jealous, but I know some people who are. I'm not jealous at all. Why would I be jealous of a grown ass man who knows, number one, how to take care of himself, and number two is damn near just as smart or abruptly more smarter than the average black person.
You talking about me?
Yes, you.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't think I'm that smart, but I really appreciate those words. You
have to keep it, and you have to accept it for what it is, because God forbid, if someone were to ask you, if someone were to challenge you, those particular meanings, you have, my basic point is you have all the information stored, and no one, if you were that scholar, I would believe you would be that top scholar. As long as you know what certain things mean. And as you said before, the English came by, even Napoleon came in and swiped the nose off of I think it was
the Sphinx? Or was it the Sphinx?
I think it was the Sphinx. I forgot.
Yeah.
He came off and swiped the nose and was defeated by the Haitian Revolution. But we all know that to be true. We are very knowledgeable, but you're part of that young group. So I hold you responsible and accountable to spread the truth to the youth. Spread the truth to the youth. Your truth, not mine, because yours might be a little bit different than mine. But it's your job to spread that knowledge and that truth. And it's not for your right to say, "Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of being black." No, just tell the truth. It's not the fact that you're tired of being, hey Tanya, it's not the fact that you're tired of being black. It's the fact that people won't tell the truth. And the truth is this: it has nothing, everything that we go through should have nothing to do with infiltrators. Shouldn't have anything to do with infiltrators at all. Why are you in my inner circle? Yeah, we got problems. Yeah, we got poverty. Yeah, we got this. Yeah, we got that. You may be offended by a black person wearing a bonnet and wearing pajamas, getting some stuff at like 12 o'clock in the morning. You may have some problem with that. I don't. But why are people who are a little bit lighter than us coming in to our little space? This is our little space. We could be arguing about certain things and we could be ready to throw hands. Here come this white boy. And I'm looking at him, you looking at him, was like, is there a problem? You don't like, I know you don't like Cardi B. I'm just gonna say it right now. You don't like Cardi B, you don't like Gorilla, and you definitely do not like Sexy Red.
Well,
I don't like them.
I'll correct that a little bit. I don't like what they represent, but I think Cardi B is hilarious. I think she's funny, like naturally. Glorilla, I like Glorilla's personality. I think she has a genuine, funny personality. I don't like what she represents. And Sexy Red, I just don't like.
Okay, I'm talking about music. I'm talking about the music.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay.
But you have a random white man come and make statements about the individuals I just described in a negative.
If they were juxtapositioning, if they were using those three individuals to shed an example for the entire Black community, yeah, I would have a problem with that.
Okay. Because if you're gonna let that ride, then you might as well let that ride to your family. If you have a sister or if you have a brother that you despise, I mean, you might as well let that ride into your whole family. Because the point of the matter is this: if you're the one that has a problem, and I'm surprised that all these Black folks are coming out of the whim. I am shocked. I am shocked that we have Black cracker fatigue. I am shocked. I am very, very shocked. So if you have a problem with it, it's like, wouldn't it be apropos to have that conversation in our own little realm here? Not mine necessarily, but like say Izzy Bands, if you were going to Izzy Bands, if you were to go to Angry Mans, if you were to go to Anton's, if you were to go to this platform or that platform, right? Why do whites have to infiltrate? Is what I'm saying. If they hate us so much, if white folks hate us so much, wouldn't it be apropos to leave us the hell alone? I'll land there.
Well, just like you were saying, right? You like the show you were just playing, and you even said crackers tired of crackers, right? That white guy was so pissed. He had a right to be, right? Not everybody's the same. We-On-Loc, right? Like that white guy who was defending the Black position for the most part. You know, someone might say he's a liberal snowflake or whatever, but what he was saying to me made sound logical sense. If he were to join one of these shows in this Black space, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I think there's a difference between infiltration and someone who wants to add to the conversation. And anybody can add to the conversation, no matter what their race is or perspective is. They can add to the conversation. But you're right, there is a such thing as infiltration. It's just we have to discern which is which. We can't just think all of it is infiltration, right? And then just reject everybody, you know?
What would you propose?
Well, the ideal scenario is for people who are wise ahead of this space, who has the ability to make the discernment, to make the distinguishing, and then spread the news out to the people. No, this person's cool. He's from the outside. He's in this space. Hear him out. This is his perspective. We noticed this guy, though, who just came into this space. He seems to be pandering a whole lot. He seems to only go around certain people who are talking in front of a certain audience. And then we see him go back to his space. And then what he says on his space is opposite. The statements he makes is opposite from the statements he makes in this space. So it's not matching. So let's look out for that person. If it keeps up, we're going to have to reject that person out of, the circle of life. Lion King. stuff like that. It takes critical thinking skills and observation. And unfortunately, a lot of Black people who are the self-proclaimed gatekeepers of these Black YouTube channels,
Yeah, I think
you know, they think that they have, you know, some say so that how to run things and, you know, tell people what to do and all that, but they don't have the wisdom to really give the rest of us that type of understanding. That's the problem.
I just believe if we really tried, if we had that person that we could, you know, have that conversation and sit down with, and that individual could pour out I'm just estimating it, if they can really pour out the knowledge and understanding of where, you know, Black folks or where white folks are coming from, and in a Black space, I mean, I could probably entertain it. Only problem is we're too separated. We're just way too separated. And
well, I'll tell you this. I want to end with this, We-On-Loc, and thank you so much for having me on your show. There was a cool conversation. I think the topic you're covering is important, which is why I want to hop on here. Anytime I see something that I think, oh, that's interesting, I'm gonna hop on the show. So thank you for having me. I just want to say that there's two things, right? One, We-On-Loc is, it seems like it's hard for Black people to learn, because if you see a blueprint, a pattern, let me ask you, why is it that she can call a Black kid the N-word, play the victim, become a millionaire by other white people who are sending her money, but Black people can't take that blueprint? They called me the N-word. I'm a victim now. Hey, Black people, please send me money. If we did that exact same shit, it would be easier for Black people to become millionaires. But it just won't fucking do it. Like,
but
we don't want to support each other.
But wait a minute. You know what I heard? This is what I heard. White people aren't as privileged as Black people. You weren't here when I had that argument 2 weeks ago.
Oh no!
It was said that white people or Black people are way too privileged. I can't do this and I can't do that. But you can go to college and get a degree and blah 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 and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. I said, no, the hell we can, but we'll be in debt. Like, where did all this shit come from? And we're losing the battle. We're dying out. We're losing. I was like, if y'all losing, who's winning? We're not winning. We can't even fend for ourselves. We can't even talk without talking over each other and calling a whole bunch of names. And here's a cash app. Let me take you off the panel. Oh, we can't even do that. That's why I don't even bother. This is a hobby for me. This is a hobby. This ain't no job.
Mm-hmm.
I respect everybody who respect the panel. You can call me anything you want as long as you respect my people. You are my people. Anybody disrespects you, I'm kicking their asses off. Simple as that. You got one time to fuck up with me. And adios. Lisa, I will say this, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. It was a time where Lisa didn't like you, but I had to say, I was like, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Give him a chance.
Dude, so many people, bro. So many people.
She loves you now. She loves you now.
Well, you know what, Lisa? I appreciate that, right? I was on another show a couple of days ago, We-On-Loc, and Sugar Bum was in the chat saying hello, Dark Lake, and I was like, what? I'll be honest. I never deserved. Like a lot of people didn't like me. I never deserved any of that. I think that it was a combination of me winning debates, having a strong personality, but I never disrespected anyone who didn't disrespect me first. Just like in conversation. So, but I appreciate that, Lisa. But whether you like me or not, if you never liked me, I'm still was gonna be Dark Lake Revived always. Whether you or anyone else liked me or not, I was always gonna stay the same. But I appreciate you. I guess not having any. I appreciate you. I guess not having any ill will towards me. So that's beautiful. So thank you, Lisa.
Imagine her giving you a big old hug.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Take it.
No, but let me ask you. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Lisa. Let me ask you something, We-On-Loc. Why do you think that hasn't happened though yet? Why do you think that a black person can't be made a millionaire by other black people because a white person called them the N-word? But the inverse is true, that a white person can become a millionaire by other white person because they called someone the N-word. What is the factor that's the same that makes that possible?
I'm white and I say so.
What?
I'm white and I say so. White privilege. Versus a black person who is kind of delusional about the Constitution and thinking that's for them, which actually is not for them, but I digress. Versus a white person who has owned and controlled resources for over decades, and they have, like I said, white privilege to do whatever they need to do.
But white privilege, but We-On-Loc, white privilege doesn't stop someone from sending $5. That's my point. So I think it's more than just white privilege. I think it's an inability to support one another, right? If someone said, this person called me the N-word and this is how it has negatively affected my life, please, black people, send me some money. And all the black people who heard that message sent $1 or $5 or $10 or 10 cents or whatever through whatever GoFundMe or whatever. That would tremendously help people. Now, I'm not saying that I'm advocating for black people to lie. I'm just using it as an example, right? To show of what other people are doing that kind of proves their togetherness versus ours. We don't do that for each other, right?
When something, this always happens. Something dramatic always happens, and we often send money. It always works that way. But there was a Pacific general, I forgot what his name was. Every person in the region hates this particular person, but what he is doing for Africa would be what he would be doing for black folks in the United States. And is he being supported? I don't know. We should just take the good things of life in our society, in our community, and we should draw all of our money. I mean, let's just face it, we spent money on stupid shit most of our lives. Video games, Jordans, whatever have you. It doesn't, and you're right, you're absolutely right. It doesn't take much to send in $5 or $10 or $20. We have it. We're the number one consumers. It doesn't take that much to just give $5 or $10 or $20 to someone in need, or someone that will do special things specifically for us. And you know what else? It doesn't take that much for people to pour in $5 or $10 to me. I'm just saying, my plan. But needless to say, I understand what you're saying, and you're just gonna, I don't know, just hope and pray that happens, man. Hope and pray that happens, that one day we come to our senses and say, we need to just stop BSing and just support people that not only are our own, but people who are our own are doing good things within our community. That's all I'm saying.
All right, and I'm gonna send that $5 to Desi 888. All right, I'm gonna do it right now, so just watch out for it. Hey, you have a good day, a good night. Happy you
All
still
right,
got the show. It's a great conversation, man. A great conversation. God bless you, man.
Always. Always. Bless you.
All right.
Bless you. Always. And that was the great Dark Lake Revive coming up to the stage. And yes, we do have to support each other. He's absolutely correct. At some point in time, and I'm not saying, and listen, I'm an Umar fanatic. I don't care what anybody says. At some point in time, we're just going to have to just suck it up and say, let's just support this brother and see where it goes. People oftentimes want things done their way, what they think should be done in a white, orderly fashion. He should go to the bank. He should get the money. The project should be done within a year, maybe 2 or maybe 3, depending on what's going on. That ain't necessarily the case, number one. Number two, he does not want, based on his spirituality, based on his belief, should not and will not be funded by white America. That's just his belief. He knew that. He knew coming in, it's the project that he is building, almost finished, by the way, almost finished. Is apparently is going to be hard work. He knew that going in. He's not going to go into a project knowing that it's going to be easy. Nothing is easy. Nothing is easy going in. If he was white, if Ifa Tunde was white, he would get privileged. People been pouring into him like sliced bread, and he'll have a stack sandwich. But slowly but surely, and due to vandalism, infiltrate, all this other shit, there was some delays. And him, like I said, his beliefs, his journey, he wants to finish what Marcus Garvey had started. But getting off of him, there are other projects by Black folks that need to be funded. You need to find those. There's a particular general from Africa. I need to concentrate. He has a book out. He has a particular book out. And he is the youngest. I believe he's 37. The youngest general, right? We all know who that. I think his name is Ibre or something like that. And we just need to support this brother because he's going to do some very astounding, some very special things. And this is why Donald Trump and everybody, and there are people in the region of Donald Trump hate this guy so much. I'll stop talking shit and I'll just show you specifically who I am speaking of, because he, at first, I wanted to just say, okay, all right, he's just like a regular guy or something like that. No, a young man told me I had to pay attention to stuff like this because you don't see this as often. This is not like Nelson Mandela. And I said, oh, okay. And so I basically have paid attention. And shouts out to this brother.
With the Sahel Alliance, General Goita and General Chiani and General Captain Ibrahim Traore. I can't wait to go to Burkina Faso. I want to go to Mali. I want to go to
Raheem Traore.
African Unity Conference with the 3 brothers over there. It's only right that the Prince of Pan-Africanism is there. But we stand in solidarity with our brother, Captain Ibrahim Traore. I want to thank all the Africans who stood up around the world in solidarity with the Sahel Alliance, General Goita and General Chiani and General Captain Ibrahim Traore. I can't wait to go to Burkina Faso.
Yeah, that particular brother. I need to concentrate a little bit more on our generals, the specific ones that white people want to take out. This man has death threats. He's been threatened over 30 times already. It's almost like Philando Castile. Is it Philando Castile? No, it's not Philando Castile. I'm thinking of the other guy, but he's a South African. I believe he's a South African, I believe. But this is the reason why we need to read into more of these things and of these people and stop worrying. Yes, I would halfway agree. Stop worrying about people who don't matter. Stop worrying about these people who absolutely do not matter and start focusing on the ones within. Start focusing on the ones within. Because quite frankly, if they're sick and tired, if they're sick and tired, if they're just getting sick and tired just because they can't say the N-word, we've been sick and tired. Lisa's sick and tired. Tanya's sick and tired. Bridget is sick and tired. I know the homies is sick and tired. Mahogany's sick and tired. I'm sorry. Even our greatest haters are sick and tired. And then often say, well, why do we have to pay attention to white folks so much? Because they're paying attention to us. It's just like the movie Sinners. I wish I had somebody up here. Mahogany, we already discussed it. And Lisa, you need to pay attention. It's just like in the movie Sinners. When they suck up the lifeblood of a person, they're not just sucking up they're not just sucking up fuel, they're sucking up a resource. They are sucking up a resource. They're sucking up they're sucking up your culture. When, like I said, I'll say it again, when the Chinese guy that was married to the Chinese woman or the Asian woman, whatever, and all this was going on, they decided we have a baby back home. We want to get back to that baby. So they both agreed that he was going to go to get the car. He should have stayed inside. Because once he went outside and he got snatched up by the vampires, and the head vampire came up and started speaking Cantonese, and he also knew that they had a child that they had bared. That's like stealing a resource. So that's what that movie meant. That's what white folks have been doing this for years and years and years and years and years. And I love that movie. I love the hell out that movie. Hell, I might see it tomorrow. I didn't get this chance to see it today or yesterday because some stuff came up, whatever. But I don't mind expressing to you that movie is very important. It came in on time at the same time that all this mess is going on with the white fatigue and the race war going on. It's been a race war. It's been a race war. And it ain't gonna stop being a race war until we are 6 feet in the dirt. people, if you want peace, there's a scene in John Wick where the guy from the leader of the Concierge says, if you want peace, you have to be prepared for war. People think that black folks kill me with this shit. Black folks think just because we can walk into a store and get fresh goods and just walk out and white folks bagging our groceries, that don't mean shit. That don't mean shit. Bag my groceries when I own the bitch. What the land included? Because if you just own this, I mean, you don't start people, white folks just taking that away from you. But if you bought the land and built the store on top of the land that you just bought, now that's owning and controlling. That's owning, excuse me. And if you control it and that money flows 8 to 12 times into your community before it goes outside of your community, that's progress. And the only time I let white people in is when they're working for me. That's all I want to. I own the money, baby. I own I own and control our resources. I own and control the product that comes in. But wait a minute, you can't own and control the product unless you have ships, unless you have boats, unless you have planes. There was once upon a time, I believe, Lisa, wasn't there once upon a time that black folks had their own airport? Just imagine flying and floating that some products in and out for you to get the type of product that you're selling and they're purchasing. Even white folks can come in and purchase the shit as long as it belongs to us. And then guess what? Guess who moves in? You got the barbershops moving in, and then you got the hookah lounges. Who, I don't know about all that shit, but you have the gun stores. There are black owners who own guns. Just imagine me having a brother who owns and controls his unit of black guns coming in. Just imagine if we had T.I., the head of the company, coming in our community and sharing resources with us. Just imagine that. And you don't let some white boy come in and infiltrate? I'll be a damn fool. So yeah, we shouldn't be worried about these people. We shouldn't be worried about them complaining. If they get money, if Shallow Hendrix gets money off of us, you're saying it, we're okay. But hell, it ain't my fault that the homies come over and they getting tired of you. If they wanted to, again, ain't that much time in a day. It ain't that much time in a fucking day for motherfuckers to be coming over. Let me stop cussing. When people keep coming over the house and will do something to you, you just did it. Just number one, you needed the money. Let's just admit that you needed the money, and number two, you wanted to take revenge off of a person whose trial hasn't even started yet. And I'm getting sick and tired of white folks saying that Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf to death. He stabbed him to his death. He didn't stab him to death. Here's the difference. Allison, the white boy, stabbed the Hispanic to death. Stabbed him multiple times, where Carmelo only did this to get him off. Have the Metcalf brothers and kept doing this to get him off of them. Off of him. Remember, there were two. There wasn't one. People can say whatever they want to say. And you can believe the white boy. You can believe this white boy whenever you want. But it is safe to say that one of the Metcalf brothers who was still alive, one was Austin, the other one, I forgot what his name was. But there were two, not one. But just to piss you off some more, let me see. Wait. We have several black male and female pilots that you rarely hear from. We can use them, and we can use those specific pilots if they are willing to do it for a percentage, for a particular percentage. They can free flow some of the products in and out of the country legally for a particular black business. And once we get that going, hell, even though it's been 200-300 plus years, it's progress and it's steadily going. It will be 200 years too late, but we'll be competitive again within 10, 20 years or so. We'll be back competitive again, and the young folks coming up, they either participate or they can go on with their fucking lives. They can participate or they can go on with their fucking lives. We can, just as well as white people being outcasts, we can outcast some black folks as well. Calvin in the building, what's going on with you, bro? Wait, did he just this thing don't even go. Did she just? Oh damn! Why did you have to go live, sister girl? Hold on, give me just a second. Why do you have to go live? Mahogany's live right now. I told you she didn't like me. I'm just playing. She don't like me. We still only been getting G the white suburb side of the story. Okay, let me read that one more time. We've still been getting G the white suburb side of the story. Are you talking about me, or are you talking about the Shallow Hendrix person, or whatever it is you're talking about? I'll read it again if you're gonna type something else. But let me see. Did he come through for you, boy? He said he would, but my phone is pissing me off. Let's see. Did he come through? He sure the fuck did. But like I said, my phone is on the fritz, which means it's acting stupid. But let me see. Yep, he did send in the 5. He didn't have to, but he did. He did not have to, but he did. I am definitely grateful. I'm eternally grateful for my man Dark Lake sending in a $5 cash app to your boy, We-On-Loc Nation. Thank you. He support the channel. Oh wait, I can play it right here. Thank you, brother, for the $5 cash app. Thank you. Oh, so he meant. Oh, okay. He meant we're only here. Oh, yeah, of course. But we have only this person to thank, and if I could absolutely pull up the clip, for those who are foundational Black Americans, I have no issues other than you being this divisive, and we should not be so damn divisive. We should be together in all this because, in my humble opinion, if white folks have a problem with 85% of you, no matter, regardless of what group you're in, regardless of what tribe you're in, how long will it be before they infiltrate all of us to have blacks go against other blacks, which is perpetuated today due to white supremacy? How long will it be before black folks, unalive other black people due to white influence? How long? Now, like I said, hold on. Did it come up? Oh, I didn't even put it on the thing.
Docs, it would be considered that they would automatically be branded with the.
Now, this guy, Jake Long, is a bit of a troublemaker. And he wanted basically Carmelo Anthony to rot in jail for the rest of his life. And Tariq is having a conversation with him. Listen in.
The racist card, and they wouldn't be able to hold a job, a position, public office and whatnot. And we've kind of broken through that echo chamber and now are able to have our side of the story, our opinion as, white people in America. That, and by the way, I wanted to go back to the race numbers as far as interracial violence. So one thing is being in federal prison for 4 years and 6 days as a January 6th political prisoner, which I just got pardoned by President Trump. I noticed amongst the black inmates, a lot of them were miscategorized, and the mixed inmates, ones that had a black parent and a white parent, or ones that had a white parent and a Spanish parent, were all categorized. There was a huge amount of them categorized as white on their paperwork, and you would look at them and clearly say, this is not a white person. So I actually, in my own experiences, I've seen it the opposite, that it's not white on black violence or the other way that it is being underreported, as you've claimed. It's actually, in my experience, that they've actually started to kind of over-report other races as being white.
And that's
my personal experience.
And that's the amazing thing of white supremacy. Even the white people who are in jail ain't even white. They're still black. That shows the privilege of white supremacy, sir. And you just proved that. Also, let's back up. You said in the last.
No, I'm not saying that they categorize black people as being
that's
white.
That's how much privilege you got. Even the white people that's in jail ain't even white. That's how much of a privilege
Well,
you
I don't-
have, sir. That's you, sir. You did something that black people couldn't do in a million years. You're sitting up on Twitter talking to me. You stormed the Capitol. You got Black Panthers in prison from the 1960s talking about doing what you did. This is white supremacy and white privilege. White privilege
No,
comes with white
Trump
supremacy.
pardoned many black people as well. There were, I mean,
No,
my
no.
friend Cash Kelly,
Yeah.
my friend Daryl Neely, my friend, what's his
Not
name?
for not,
We called him the Colonel.
yeah, not for storming no damn, not from storming
No,
Capitol.
of course.
You know, they
January
they
Sixers.
pardon
January
people,
Sixers.
Yeah, they pardon people for like having weed or some shit.
No. I'm talking about Black January Sixers. I know about maybe a dozen of them, plus other races as well too that weren't white that Donald Trump pardoned. As well. So, you know, these are real life conservative patriots that, you know, I would lay
But
down my life
doesn't
for in an
negate the
instant.
fact that black people generally
Philip
can't-
Anderson.
right, that black people can't do what, and these people don't really identify as black, like Enrique Terrio. Y'all try to say he's black.
No, he's Cuban.
Right.
He's not. I didn't even mention his name,
Right,
honestly.
right.
I mentioned other people that do identify as black, that are black, that some of them come from some pretty rough backgrounds as well.
And no, most of them are Caribbean, by the way. Some of those people you name, they come from Caribbean backgrounds. They don't come from foundational Black American culture. But again, something you said that you said, well,
I didn't name any Caribbeans. I named African Americans that were pardoned by Trump for being patriots.
No, but those people you name, some of those folks from my studies, they don't come from our lineage. They come from Caribbean backgrounds. Some of those people, they are technically African American, but they're not foundational Black American, meaning their lineage doesn't go back to slavery in this country.
That honestly sounds pretty racist, like black on black racism. Actually, one of my friends.
How so? No.
Well, I got this. I have a very close friend of mine, and everybody on here. I know. I'm about to
we get
explain.
into some anecdotal thing. Now, how is our lineage racist? I have a lineage.
Well, no, I'm saying, so first of all, I have a very close friend. Everybody knows him on here. His name's Dom Luker. He's 1.5 million on X, very smart individual. And me and him have long talks on this. And actually, there's like this split in the Black community about like what you said, ancestral or anecdotal, or, people from, I guess 400 years or plus more here, plus other people that are, kind of coming in on the phrase of things. And there's like a split between like who's the realest black man in the room. So I don't know. You guys got to deal with that in your own community.
No. We don't talk like who's the realest black. No. That's white supremacists filtering. That's not. No, we didn't say nothing like that.
I mean, you're the one putting them down. You're the one saying that they're not as black as I am.
Didn't say nothing like that. So we're not going to do I'm white not say so. We don't do that. Don't do that. We don't do I'm white not. I didn't say anything remotely like that.
Well, so what is their credentials? They have the same skin color, melanin. They've been through hardships as well. According to your point of views, why are they less, connected to the roots? Or, I don't understand where the internal racism comes from.
There is none, because there is none. That's why you don't understand.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were putting them down as like a lesser party, not me.
I didn't say that.
You're saying those people aren't ancestral blacks.
They were lesser. Just because you're an immigrant doesn't mean you're less or anything. You're just an immigrant. I'm not.
Well, why would their time in prison or what they went through?
We have different lineages, and that's okay. That's not even good or bad. You're the one.
Well, you're saying they're not real blacks. They're Caribbean.
But Jake, we don't do that, Jake. All right, you're gonna have to slow down. I know you're emboldened by being pardoned and all that stuff, but yeah, we don't do that. You got to slow down because you're talking over me. I don't like muting people, but you got to slow that down because now, it can be interpreted as disrespect. I can speak for myself, Jake. I don't need you to put words in my mouth. We don't do that. We don't do I'm white and I say so, because you're trying to practice white supremacy right now. And doing I'm white and I say so, telling me I said something that I didn't say, that's you practicing white supremacy. That's the same thing as George Floyd died of fentanyl. It's just saying shit.
Well, I mean, there's statistical data that goes along with that as far as the coroner's report does.
Which is not true.
The question, before we get across this.
No, let me finish what I'm saying. I have a lineage that's unique from Caribbeans and continental Africans. That's not good, bad, right, or wrong. That's not bad or worse. I'm not an immigrant. I don't have an immigrant background. And people from immigrant backgrounds, a lot of times they're going to have a different outlook on certain things in certain parts of culture than we do. And that's okay. You have a lot of people who are Caribbean or come from Caribbean backgrounds who don't look at white supremacists the same way as foundational Black Americans. That's why they will align with some of you white supremacists, and we won't. That's why you guys can get the Enriques and all of these people, because over in their homelands that you guys basically, your fellow white supremacists have decimated, you psychologically broke them, but you haven't psychologically broken us. So we don't do the one big Negro narrative. I'm saying that. Another thing I wanted to clear up that you said, you were like, yeah, we, in the last 40 years, you haven't been able to speak about Black thugs and all of this. Sir, y'all have never not talked about Black people and denigrated us. You've always denigrated us. In your movies, your media landscape, it's nothing but Black stereotypes. Even in your reality shows, Cops, First 48, everything is about Black thug imagery. Ronald Reagan in the 70s, he was promoting the whole welfare queen narrative. The Clintons in the 90s, they were pushing the thug criminal crime bill narrative. So you've always.
Is there not some merit though there as far as statistical data goes?
No,
like
because
why does the let me before I get muted again, please. Why does the NCVS, the National Crime Victim Survey, which is a survey done by the FBI, talking and asking the victims, if you go on my website, Protect White Americans US, pwaus.com, I have a number of different statistics there. And they're from the National Crime Victim Survey, talking about egregious Black crimes just in general, but that's not what I focus on. Well, so wait. So
did you hear what I just said? There is no such thing as Black crime. What the hell is Black crime?
Crimes that inordinately Black people are committing, such as murder and assault and robbery.
Y'all do more than nobody
outside of their per capita.
Nobody murders more than white supremacists.
That's not what the statistical data says,
Based
brother.
on
Just simply
the white supremacists.
Based on the National Crime Victim Survey.
The white supremacists, your community carry out whole genocides.
I'm just looking at the statistical data.
I'm just looking at history, sir.
There's 53% of murders in this country happen from a mere 6% of the population, which is Black males. That is an inordinate. That is a 10-to-1 inordinate imbalance in the community. And I'm here not as a white supremacist. I'm here as a noticer of statistics, as a man that loves the culture that I'm from, my own people, and saying, hey, why is the Black culture being perverted to brainwash the Black youth into wanting to hurt, murder, and steal from people? And I want to create a cultural integration.
Well, that's a projection, sir. What you're doing is projecting talking points. You're projecting your culture. You guys, your white supremacist community, you commit the most murders. Raw numbers. You not only commit the most murders, your violence is so normalized, it doesn't even get classified as murder. You get to be so violent, and your violence is flipped into self-defense, because white victimhood has always been the justification for your innate violence. So you guys can go out and kill people, and it doesn't even get listed as murder. Like white Hispanic George Zimmerman, damn near every white cop, Kyle Rittenhouse, they're not listed as murderers. This is your culture, sir. We get over police, you get under police. So those crime stats, you have to put them in the real context. You're not really classified as murderers when you kill. You get a green light to kill. That's how degenerate your culture is. Are you really at liberty to point fingers at Black people when you have a degenerate culture where your crimes have been normalized? Like your rapes. Y'all were allowed to just rape people all willy-nilly and not even be punished.
I mean, are you talking about modern day stuff, or are you talking about when the white slave owners would rape their
Nothing has changed since slavery, sir. Nothing has changed since
Yes,
slavery.
there's
Nothing has
there's
changed.
human rights, the civil rights movement.
Nothing has changed since Jim
Do
Crow.
you not remember that when
and
everybody
that
got
was foundational Black Americans forcing you to act like you had some damn sense. Yes, I remember the civil rights movement. We had to force you to act like you had some sense, and we had to get off in your ass and let you know these lynchings and rapes, that's not going to be happening like you think. So we were fighting back.
Actually, the complete opposite.
Really?
It was done peacefully. Nobody got, quote unquote, got up in. I'm not even going to curse at this, not my style.
Nobody
but
did what?
It actually was done through peaceful civic
That's a
action
lie.
from a real Christian
That's
leader,
who?
Martin Luther
Sir,
King.
yeah. That's one part of it. No, it wasn't. There was violence.
Come on.
So, what you mean,
Oh,
come on?
man.
Why did you think they had the Kerner Commission?
So wait, so
slow down. Why did they have to have the Kerner Commission to ask why there were so many race riots and Black people were whooping y'all asses all through the 60s? That's why they had to have a whole commission to study why we were whooping your ass up and down the United States, sir.
Please don't normalize muting me while I'm in the middle of making a point.
But we're gonna speak truth to power. You don't get to just.
Yeah, we are.
But,
No.
but don't.
But so I came in here.
I'm white,
Let's
say
just.
So. You said it was
okay, but I wanna address something. I did come in here to address Black on white violence,
right?
And then you just glorified the fact that in the '60s, Black people had to be violent or whatnot.
Because you were being violent towards us. We had the peaceful, nonviolent sector that was a part of the media apparatus, but behind the scenes, Black people were turning up and getting the bullshit up out of here. So yes, you had to be forced to act right, sir, because of your violence, because of your raping, because of your lynching, sir. And now you've basically pawned the lynching off to law enforcement. Now you're trying to get your vigilantes to do the lynchings and things for you, and people are pushing back from that. So the real degeneracy is in white supremacist culture, right?
I can definitely not say that. I'm seeing a man that is glorifying violence, and compared to a man here who has actually committed political violence as far as in self-defense of my country.
No,
yes, and I'm not here glorifying it.
Everything that white supremacists do, it's all self-defense. Every act.
Well,
of
no,
violence,
I mean there's a Second Amendment. There's a Second Amendment to attack tyranny, but
that's how white supremacy works. Everything is self-defense. The white supremacists, because you feel like your birth rates are so low that you're not going to survive. Everything is about survival, and everything you do, violence, rape, murder, mayhem, thievery, is all under the guise of self-defense. That's a degenerate culture to have, sir, right?
I'm muted, so I can't answer you. You're normalizing muting.
I hear you, sir. We hear you. We hear you.
So I just don't see what you're seeing in white culture. When I hear white culture, right, as a white man who grew up in white suburbia about 2 hours north of New York City, I grew up with soccer moms. I grew up with four-wheel riding, fishing. I grew up with Second Amendment respect, meaning that guns were not willy-nilly each other, and we tried to take care of our community. And then when I look at inner city communities of predominantly Black people, I see the project housing. We can get into systemic issues, but I see from the outside looking in, and then which I also moved into Spanish Harlem. I lived in Spanish Harlem. I sold hats on the street in Spanish Harlem, which was predominantly Black, but it's still called Spanish Harlem. And I had a hat company called Harlem Pusher. I was part of that community. But I saw, in my point of view, a degenerate culture that glorified hip hop, fast money, prostitution, ball players, drug dealers, gun toters, and things of that nature.
Sir, white supremacist culture glorified.
Are you hearing this? Are you actually positively hearing this? I mean, escapism is a token for these white supremacists, but of course, you're not going to let that slide. if you feel some type of way about us, don't live near us. Don't be anywhere around us. If you're this tired, I don't want to have to hear another word about you being tired of black people because of how we what music we play or how we eat. Pretty soon it's gonna be like how we ride our bikes or how we drive our cars. Like, how dare he wash his car every week? Like, what? You wash your car the same way I wash my car. How dare he wash the rims off the car? Like, the dumbest shit comes out of white folks' mouth. But hey, it is what it is. But now pretty soon, I'm gonna have to be dealing with these race traders. I'm gonna have to deal with them sooner or later.
The Italian mafia, the Jewish mafia, drug dealers, Irish mafia, drug dealers, gun runners. Your community glorifies violence. It's always glorified violence and criminality, sir. You're not going to sit here and point your finger at us talking about we glorify violence. Everything about your culture is violence, sir. You glorify violence and genocide, racial terrorism. You guys made movies. Some of your first blockbuster movies were about the Klan, Birth of a Nation, a violent terrorist organization, sir. They were your heroes. You're talking about we worship degeneracy? And if we're going to talk about hip hop, 80% of hip hop music is purchased by white people. When you go to Coachella and look at these big concerts with black artists and rappers, look at the audience. That's your community in the audience, sir.
Well, there's a difference between consuming a piece of content, let's say, for example, watching The Godfather, like growing up as a white kid in suburbia, watching The Godfather, but then having the actual culture act out and live upon those principles that we see in, Hollywood movies. I just don't see the white American culture living out the principles of hip hop, living out the principles of Godfather mafioso. I don't see either. I see.
Slow down. Yeah, that stuff was based on real stories. That wasn't really fiction. Some of the mafia movies, Casino, Goodfellas, these are based on real people, sir. You guys glorify the Sopranos and all of that because that's a part of your culture, sir. During the Great Depression in the 1930s, in white supremacist society, there was a major crime wave of white criminals who you guys glorify to this day. You glorify Bonnie and Clyde. You glorify Dillinger. You glorify Babyface Nelson. You glorify all of those 1930s gangsters that were running around killing and robbing banks. These people are icons in your community to this day, sir. So you're talking about us glorifying violence? Really? Really? We don't, black society, listen, we don't really glorify murderers in our society.
But the first thing that you said when I got on.
Slow down. Who are the murderers that
Carmelo Anthony, for one, to start, because you said.
No. That's real self-defense, sir. That was an honor student who was a clean-cut kid from a good family defending himself. He wasn't a degenerate criminal like the people in your community, sir. So what are you talking about?
Well, so
who are the murderers that we glorify?
There are many.
Name them, sir.
I want to talk about Carmelo Anthony.
I just named the murderers in your community that you guys glorify and make heroes into. Not only that, every hero in white supremacist society is a degenerate. You can't find a hero that's not a degenerate, sir. And you talk about our culture? Look at white supremacist culture. Who are your heroes? Name one of your heroes who's not a degenerate murderer, rapist, slave owner, or dickhead. You name them, sir. Just name one.
First, let me talk to the first question you asked me as far as who is being glorified in the black hip hop community, or the black community, which has been usurped by the hip hop part of it. You have Cardi B, who openly brags about drugging and
Cardi
attacking.
B is a Caribbean. She's not of our culture. That's somebody. She's a Caribbean, sir. That's not our culture. Yeah, you're proving my point, sir. You're proving my point.
Okay, so let's move on from there to
Hey,
Curtis
right.
Jackson.
Who?
Curtis Jackson.
What?
50 Cent. Okay.
Curtis Jackson, who's a
The
businessman?
drug dealer, the man who shot up everybody. He's the underdog. Hate it or love it, the underdog's on top. And he's going to shine, homie, until his heart stops.
What the fuck? See, this is when you're reaching. Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent, hadn't murdered anybody. If he did, we would have known that by now. Everybody forgets he got shot right in front of his grandmother's house. I mean, he possibly could have sold drugs, but then hey, he went from that to hip hop artist to a businessman. I mean, that's resources that you can't take away. But then again, you do take away resources, and we have no choice but to convert to that of which we wish we would have never had to convert to. But sometimes we don't have choices now, do we? 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson. Try again.
50 Cent shoot.
He has bragged about shooting and stealing and robbing in every one of his rap songs. And God knows how many felonies he's committed in his life.
If he shot somebody, he would be in jail for shooting somebody, sir.
No, he would probably be put on.
How 90% of hip hop artists always talk all that bull, talk about it. They haven't even poke nothing. Half of that stuff is fake. But not the trill rappers are one entity. You can definitely believe a trill rapper, but rapper like 50 Cent, Dr. Dre, Eminem, no. What is this dude talking about?
On the back of a football jersey and paraded around.
Well, then who's doing that? Who's doing that? We don't glorify murderers in our community.
Yes, you do. And Carmelo Anthony is one of those people.
He's not a murderer. That's self-defense.
No. It's not. So self-defense in the legal termination. First of all, you have to meet force with force. You can't use a knife in a fist fight.
Yes, he can.
And you can't use a gun in a knife fight.
Yes, you can. Yes, the hell you can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's something I say so. Yes, you can. Let me get my brother Robbie in here to chime in. Brother Robbie, hop on in, sir.
Brother Tariq, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
How you doing, brother? You know, it's amazing that it's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
You can acknowledge me, Robbie, and say good evening to me as well, brother. God bless you. How are you?
No, I'm not acknowledging you yet, my brother in Christ. Not just yet. So you can stay on your mic. Don't be hostile. You know, I find it interesting that you're talking about degenerates. And I wanted to ask this gentleman a couple of questions. One, did he find it degenerate to go to January 6th, where the Capitol is something that is secular sacred, and people just went there and just totally desecrated it and then lied about it on national TV for over 2 hours? That's number one. Number two, he just stated that he came from upstate New York, and you have a lot of white folks that live in predominantly white communities. So I don't understand this obsession about a black boogeyman that doesn't.
Due to not infiltration, not segregation, but gentrification. Due to gentrification, if I buy you out, I am buying you out at a high price. No, I am buying you out at a cheap price so I can sell it in my own price. That is gentrification. That mostly happens in New York and in LA, two prominent states. Again, we were just talking about the Statue of Liberty and how everybody is so proud to be gifted by this big giant statue. And speaking of statue, what the hell is wrong with these people in statues? Look at these people in statues. They worship a statue. We'll do that thing real quick.
Doesn't exist and doesn't even live around them. And then lastly, if you're concerned about wife birth rates, why are you here on Black Daddy Space at 2:00 in the morning instead of attending your blow up doll? And I'll land my plane.
Thank you, brother.
I didn't mention anything about white birth rates, so I'm going to go backwards because it's easier to address that. And I attend very well. Thank God. I was a club promoter for 7 years, and that was a degenerate thing before I found Jesus Christ. But I've attended. I've definitely attended, probably way too much, God forbid. So let's digress from there. We're all here in the middle of the night when we could be attending. So don't point fingers when you're also here at the same hour as me.
Right.
Anyway,
but my thing is this:
well, let me go backwards through the question so I can at least address that. January 6th to me was a peaceful protest, and that was escalated by. And so, first of all, this is a huge bisection, and we've actually joined hands with some Black Lives Matter leaders like Mark Fisher, from the founder of the Black Lives Matter Rhode Island chapter, because January 6th was a mass police brutality event. And we know that inside both of our communities, that is a huge hot button issue. And we've actually been able to lock hands with different members of Black.
Yeah, y'all only try to say it's police brutality because a black officer had to put some hot rocks up in some of your folks. So now it's police brutality. No. Oh, no. Michael Bird Michael Bird had to do what he had to do, didn't he?
No, I mean, she was a 5'2" woman with American flag wrapped around her. Why would deadly force be
breaking in a Capitol? Yeah, y'all sat up here and folks died.
Hey, I mean, God forbid.
Listen, the fact that you talk about violence. The fact that y'all had a violent insurrection. A lot of people died that day. Shot, heart attacks. People died that day. And you guys get to get out of jail and walk around and pop your collar. And you want to talk about violence in the black community? You guys aren't listed as murderers. If black people stormed the Capitol and anybody died, they would all be listed as murderers. It would be an all-in law put on them. The murders would be put on them. You guys are walking around out here.
All right, we're done with that. But I want to show you one more thing before we get out of here. And this is where people have really lost their damn minds. I don't know what's the problem with this is. Let me play a little bit of it. Okay, what is the problem with this people and their damn statues? I've heard people, I'm not going to hark on this too long. People have been saying that, she's too fat, and it's a damn statue of a black woman made by a British artist, a black British artist, stating that basically he's expressing within the culture of which this the prominent woman, how she is, and how people should relate to certain women in the community, how she should be desired, or some shit like that. And everybody's making it a big freaking deal. Everybody and their mom is making a big deal about some freaking statue. You know, there's multiple statues around the world, including the statues as in the United States of America called the Statue of Liberty, where we just talked about multiple times, which is a black woman, but she's not praised, is she? No. These Negroes done lost their damn mind. I don't care if first of all, I don't need a statue to let us know that we're great. I don't need a statue, but if it's made for us, then it's fine. It's made for us. People say, no, well, how come it couldn't be made of a black man and blah 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 blah. You forget we have statues of Martin Luther King. We have statues of Malcolm X. But correct me if I'm wrong, weren't those statues torn down or something like that? I could be wrong. We don't worship those statues, huh? But we are so afraid of a 12-foot statue of a black woman. I just get it irks me to no end with these people. It just irks me to no freaking end. And let me just tell you, I'll give you one. Let's see. I'll give you one. One and we're out of here. Jesus Christ. This is just these people. Just
I've got this overweight, weave wearing, hairline pushed back or shoved back from too tight braids, stank faced, hands on the hips, overweight. Come on. This is an absolute stereotype. A bad stereotype. A stereotype black people do not like to associate themselves with. They didn't even give us a beautiful statue of a black woman. This is some.
You have a statue of a beautiful black woman. She's in the middle of fucking New York City. What the what? Bro.
Run of the mill, fighting in the streets. Like, this is yo. I saw this, I was like, you're kidding me, correct? And I don't care who made it. If they're white, if they're black, if they got some black in them. I don't care who made it. It don't justify
Clip this.
This is ridiculous. Absolute ridiculous. They didn't give us a stat of a young type. Oh, no. And people have been talking about how she doesn't appear to be wearing a bra. Do with that as you will. Some people think should be worn. Some people think they shouldn't be worn. They say that. One brother said she had a briefcase butt. I was laughing so hard when he said that. Like, this is not flattering of the black woman or the black race.
Niggas are so picky. And I can say that word with impunity because I can say whatever I want. Makes my teeth white. Nigga. This nigga has the audacity to sit up there with his comic book shit all up in the back area. Well, I can't talk because I like comic books. But anyway, this nigga has the nerve to downplay and downsize Black women as a whole. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. A Black woman who, let's just say, 5'9", average weight average weight 170. Or that's like the cutting weight. That's like the borderline weight. I'll give it 150. 5'9", 150. Borderline weight 170. She can die of a heart attack because of heart disease. Big women, big mama. Big mama can live. She could be this damn big, be obese, and still live to be 89 or 90. I've seen it done. My grandmother died at 89, and she was an obese woman. The fact of the matter is, like, why are we so tripping? We should be worshiping our women instead of acquiesce to white folks and what they feel. This is bullshit. I'm stunning you. That's ridiculous. That is just ridiculous.
And we're supposed to be prideful in you erecting that statue? You must be crazy.
That's a stereotype.
It's like they still think that, like, say this. It doesn't help the fact that a lot of our women do some wild stuff online. It don't help. I think most of our women are overweight, though, aren't they? At this point in time.
Nigga, you overweight. Nigga, you fucking overweight. You probably like 6'1", like 350. You're way overweight. So why does it matter if a woman is like 5'9", 270? What does it matter? You ain't doing nothing about your situation, so why are you worried about her? What is wrong with these people? What the hell is wrong with these people? You really do hate yourself. Because the more you hate on Black women, the more you hate yourself. Because they are a representative of us. And each time you talk down to a person, you end up talking down to yourself as well. Say that it's not true. I'm telling you it is. Crazy as batshit. Let me go to another. This makes no sense. This makes absolutely, and clip it, put it online. I said it. Clip that, put it online. Yes, I said it. Who else has a problem with this? Who else? I don't want to do these four episodes because it's gonna hit my nerves even further. Let's see. I truly do not care for. Oh Lord, do I want to do Thomas Sowell? No. Let's see. No, I do not want to do Anton. Oh boy. And again, with the infiltration, I just truly don't get it. I truly do not get it. But let's see what. Let me see what Lapeef has to say about this damn statue. This don't make no sense. Is this not our culture? We should be. You ain't losing the fucking weight. So what are you talking about? You're not losing the fucking weight. He's acting an ass for no reason. What the hell is going on? Oh, this is part of it. Hold on. This is part of it. Lord Jesus. Let's see.
Is I get it. A lot of y'all are saying that's what your grandmas, that's what our aunties and back in the days, and what we got to do is stop trying to rewrite history. Our grandmothers may have been heavy, you know, but they were also married. They were disciplined. They were feminine, and they took care of their homes and their husbands. They weren't out here demanding praise for being overweight. They were too busy raising families and respecting their men. You want to invoke their legacy? You want to talk about them and act like them. Don't use their bodies to cover your current flaws. And this is whoever hit.
Number one, those were back then where people didn't have a choice on how to live because the mother was so used to cooking not just for her man, but for everybody else who was in slavery. They didn't have no choice but to cook when we were given the worst parts of it. Women were the gatekeepers of cooking good food, even though it was bad for us. So what are you talking about, Darwin? These niggas here.
Dog holler, whoever it applied. They cooked, they prayed, they submitted, and most importantly, they stayed. This statue doesn't represent that. It represents.
Where the fuck were they gonna go, Darwin? I want to ask the question: does Darwin have a black or a white wife? I wonder. But anyway, they had no. Where the fuck were they gonna go? As abusive as certain homes were, certain homes were abusive, others were not. Where the hell were they going to go? And especially in segregated times, in Jim Crow times. I even heard some stupid ass say that families were better together in Jim Crow time. Nigga, I will. No wonder you were talked down to by white folks. No wonder. They ain't even want to listen to you. When Jasmine Crockett heard that shit, she was like, what, nigga? So families were better off together in Jim Crow times. Really? Really? There were hangings and decapitations. Really? Niggas getting burnt? Niggas getting put gasoline on and burned alive? Really? Those times, huh? Those times were real good. But we all stayed together.
This modern entitlement. And I don't give a damn who created it. They wanted you. They wanted your opinion on it. For sure.
Real quick, Darwin, our BMI, listen, it's a little different. In the 1970, right? The average BMI of black women was 25. Now it's 30. So in 2020s. So they weren't fat. Our grandmothers weren't as fat. It is what it is.
And if they did get big, they got big later in their age. They wasn't big in that. Snapper.
Snap.
He wasn't big mama after 13 kids and 30 years of black. Oh, that.
These women look like that don't have no kids.
I'm just, you know, hey,
How they get to the interpretation of the statue, I do not know. I have no clue. These Negroes here, how do I put it? It's so exhausting when you listen to them as a group or you listen to them as an individual. It just drains you because they're asking something that they can't, that either they can't get out of them themselves, or they're asking the rest of the world to acquiesce to their bullshit. And most of them are going for it. Most of them don't even deserve black women because of how you're treating them. And I would say there are black women who don't deserve black men. But at this rate, at how many, you got to count of how many platforms who have nothing but men or mostly men, right? You got to look at the stereotypes in that. You got to look at the multitude of men having platforms and talking to other men about women. You have to look at that, and you have to say to yourself, how unbalanced is this?
My thing is you are very beautiful, right? And when I look at this, I just feel like they are just not giving us the beauty that we deserve. That's just how I feel.
That's bullshit. That's just plain bullshit. You just want delicate. You want brightness, and you want a skinny, flat ass version of herself. The Statue of Liberty has a fat ass. They really do have fat ass. All right, but you don't. But you would rather praise. Would you rather? I have a question for you. Would you rather praise Caesar? You would rather praise Caesar, a white man's statue, and a little wee-wee, versus a black woman who is outside of this, and there are plenty of forms of statues that were being formed, and this is not going to take very long, right? It's only going to be up there until June 5th or June 21st. It's only going to be up there until June 21st. But now you're bitching and you're complaining and you're moaning about basically your black women. Still, ain't nothing new.
I feel when I see that, in my opinion, right? I feel like they could be they could still have a regular sense of beauty, but it didn't have to be like that. That's what I'm saying.
Have we ever thought to maybe?
All right, so Aisha, I'm gonna challenge you to do something real quick. I'm gonna challenge you to do something. I want you to search up a picture of your idea of what you would want that statue to be. Actually, as a matter of fact, all of y'all.
I can't do that because I'm not the artist. But
send it to JR. No, I'm just saying,
he has multiple different sculptures. And have we ever just thought about for a second that
he does have
choose that sculpture, that maybe whoever was over the project and chose him as the artist chose that sculpture, because he has many different sculptures of black women. Small, long, pretty ponytails. Some look like they reading. Some look like they're walking. It's all different.
I got a question. I really got a question. I think we're talking about a lot of things. That's a great topic, very elusive, very opinionated, very subjective.
This nigga stay.
But I beg to ask this question.
Never mind.
What if that's what is given to us in society? What if that's the image that he thinks that females is giving us as a society of what he thinks how we look at females? And again, it's a lot deeper. I'm not just speaking on just how she looked, her hair and her weight, even if that actually plays a part. A lot of men like natural women. So what if it's just like he just played the part of, oh, y'all like natural woman, and this is what we saying we want.
Nigga, Precious got took. Gabrielle, the AKA Precious, she got taken and married. She lost a little bit of weight, but she got taken and married. Your black women are getting taken and married. If you didn't want them, you didn't have to take them. But guess who took her? A white man took her. Ain't you proud of her? She's getting treated like a woman should be treated. She probably cooking the meals and fucking them real good. And y'all sitting here complaining. Y'all gonna get you gonna get niggas locked up. I'm telling you, you gonna get niggas locked the fuck up. Oh, but we can't get no women. We can't get those women. What about those women over there? Man, fuck that big old fat bitch. I want them women over there. And when as soon as they get took, to somebody's gonna listen. Beauty is in the eye. Ooh, I said that wrong. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Beauty, whether you're big or you're fat, whether you're big, you're fat, you're skinny, you're tall, you're small, you're midget. I make fun of midgets all the time. Even if you were midget size, you wouldn't marry a midget. Crackheads.
This is the image that I want to show you of natural, of what the example is, because y'all looking at social media and we keep saying we want you to be natural, but you keep doing everything that's unnatural, which to make the person just say, I still like this, and this is natural. It don't have nothing to do with nothing, just the fact of, if I see her, I prefer her. We don't think that far as being an artist. I think that far as being I guess you can say a spiritual being, that I understand that sometimes you can hear things that people can't see, and you can see things that people can't see. You can see things that people can't hear. So my thing is, maybe it's something different. We don't know. We all don't know. We all just assuming. That's cool and great. But instead of bashing, let's compare it. Instead of saying the man is this, the woman is this, and try to put it against each other, why won't we say the man is this and the woman is this because of this? Not to go against it, but to go to the grain of it. So I think that
No, it's stupid.
If you think on the outside, maybe this is thought of, this is how us.
Well, maybe if you would pour into this and let this grow into this, and the money, the revenue that you're getting passes out 8 to 12 times, and you create or recreate your communities by putting infrastructure into this, into this, into that. Maybe that woman that you want will acquiesce to you, and you can pour into her and do this and do that. You ain't
as a black man, this is what we would look at, and then to start a conversation like this and be like, oh, she not cute, she not this, she not that. And that black man that created it is just like, oh, this is a conversation I want to start. Because we trying to tell y'all this is what we like. And y'all trying to tell us, nah, you.
No. First of all, nigga, you ain't speaking for me. I like who I like. I don't have to worry about it because I'm married. But if I was single, I like who I like. Whether you're big, small, fat, skinny. If you have a beautiful personality, on with a, decent face, nice little shaped curves, 5'5" thick in the thighs. Why am I on my Umar? Stop. Basically, you can tell me, I don't give a damn if she was 270. Maybe, just maybe, she would see you as a man in the gym one day, working your ass off. And then one of the times when you with that woman who's 270 pounds, she will acquiesce to what she will highlight and acquiesce to what you're doing, and maybe she would join you, or yet go to some private alcove, and she would actually spend time and dedication losing the weight. You don't force a woman, or you don't downplay a woman. if she doesn't want to lose the fucking weight. Or if she did want to lose the weight, it ain't gonna be on your time, nigga. The hell's going on?
You need something better. What if that was the option? Not saying that it is, but everybody putting up hypotheticals. But I'm just saying, and maybe that is.
In that case, though, did the man directly contradict what he was trying to push as far as men wanting natural women? Because every man on
Hell
the
no.
one and talked about how she was unattractive, how her body was a representation of unhealthiness, how she wasn't consistent. She didn't look like the average woman that could be married. She couldn't be a representation of women who actually should be in happy families and things of that nature. They tore the woman down. The women did nothing but talk about how we saw that as an average woman, an everyday woman, someone we saw in our day-to-day, walking past, going to the store.
Got it.
I'm just
and
your point. If that's what the artist was portraying, the comparison of what's being pushed on social media as Black beauty and what actually men find as beautiful, then this entire panel just went against the entire representation of the sculpture, or every man on the panel.
I get it, and you're partially correct, and I'm not going to demise what you actually said. You're partially correct, but I will say this: most men nowadays forget what she actually looks like to you. What does she give me?
Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Who cares about what other men? You're talking for other men. I'm not talking for other men. I can give a fuck less who you pick. I'm a man, and I'm telling you, I could care less. I could care less. I could care less about what other men think and who they pick. Who they pick is who they pick. I've already chosen. And we've been going strong for 27, 28 years. Going on 28 years. I lost count. While you're still here, worried about other men and how their feelings about how women are losing weight, me and mine's we working on the next chapter. And if they get chosen, the one that you don't want, the one that you glossed over, when they get chosen and you're still standing here with your dick in your hand, you're going to wonder why. Bridget, you might want to clip that and send it.
Right? So, again, is the determination of being a wife and being somebody that's fuckable. So you're right. You're 100% right. Like what?
They said she didn't get
it don't matter because I ain't finished my point. You're still trying to cut me off. I ain't finished my point. So what I'm saying is that regardless of how a female looks, we're attracted to looks. That's the first thing we're attracted to is looks. However, what keeps you is how you think. What's your character in you? So maybe I'm just throwing a hypothetical out there. We both don't know. Hell, nobody on this panel know what he was thinking about creating it. However, I can tell you, he didn't create a woman that has a BBL. He didn't create a woman with lashes. He didn't create a woman with any kind of makeup. He didn't create none of that. He created a person that's just normal. So at the end of the day, we can speculate all we want to, men and women. We both do it. You human, just like me. We both do it. However, when it comes down to it, what if it's just a symbol of y'all doing all that, but y'all saying y'all want to be a wife? How you want to be a wife and still put yourself in a situation in which you compare yourself to a person that actually is not even wifeable? You put any like...
What? Lisa, are you hearing? This is about to piss me off even more. And this is the reason why I don't get on panels like this, because I'm going to get kicked off. Are they serious right now? Is he serious right now? I'm a man and I don't even think like that. I just need to know, should this be a topic? Should it be a topic? Oh God, this is crazy.
Lashes on the lashes on. You getting the BBLs, you getting this, that, and the third, and every man is telling you we want natural women. Maybe, just maybe. You thinking of the natural, the hypotheticals, I'm gonna go there with you. Hypothetically, let's just say he just created a natural woman that he wants to see. The woman on the panel, or some of y'all actually saying, oh, well, she's not attractive, she's not this. But honestly, the man don't cheat because she's attractive. He cheat because she's filling a void. But you don't know that because you don't understand the void that he's trying to fill. Because you don't even understand him. But he downsized because he's talking to this ugly chick. She ugly on the outside for you. But she helped him on the inside of him. So you can look at it for that reason. That's cool. You're entitled to. However, what I get from her, you can't give me because you're so used to being the spotlight. You don't care about what I actually feel, but you want me to be emotionally intelligent. Just saying. So at the end of the day, you are correct about what you're saying. I'm not negating.
Stop with the fucking picture.
I'm saying, however, in addition to, if you looking at this specimen, this character, this statue, and you have things to say about the statue, then what does that say about you? Because if you can judge this, then at the end of the day, if men was to be what men are, if we was to judge your baby daddy, then we would look at you different too. Just like if you was to judge our baby mama, you would look at us different. So therefore, it has nothing.
I got lost. I got lost in the sauce. Did anybody catch what he just said? I got lost. If you acquiesce to the books and the beauty, because the beauty is inside of a woman, but the ugly look is on the outside. But if you flip it, and the ugly is on the inside, or the beauty is on the inner part of the thigh, of the wing, I got lost. I got fucking lost. Men know what they want. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. We want beauty. Well, take your ass. Well, go get a white woman. I'm getting sick of y'all. Just go ahead and get a white woman. Fuck with her. Yeah, yes, indeed. Fuck with that white woman. All right. I about had enough. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. I have about enough of you. I've had enough of these goony googles. It was a good show. Few people showed up, but I'm thankful. We got what we needed. We got out of this where we needed to go. Obviously, people came up and expressed how they felt, and I'm glad of that. I'm glad of that. Shouts out to Mahogany. Shouts out to Dark Lake. Definitely. Now, in conclusion, I will say this. In conclusion, is what I told Bridget before. Racism is here, and it's been here, and ain't going nowhere. So it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. I did a poll. You can go on one of my shorts, and I did a poll. My question was, "Are you tired of being black?" And I think it was 63%. I think if I look at it, 63% said yes. I had to look at it again, but it's sad. It is very, very sad that we have to go through this. But obviously, it's like I said, they want to belong. They want to belong, and they want to kowtow to the cultures real bad. How come it don't show it here? Damn, it didn't show it. That's weird. Why does it not show it? But anyway, you just gotta be in a space where it's not talked about as much. And if it's brought up, then you just gotta know why it's being brought up, know the reason, and then make it short and make it sweet, and hopefully it just fades to the wind. But when you have so many people up on panels and talking about this stuff, it's all black and white. It's all black and white. So either embrace it or you don't have to. I embrace it because I live it. I'm not gonna deny it because it's been here for most of my. I've been called a nigga so many times in my life. I've gotten threatened by so many white folks in my life and black folks as well. But I feel much safer around my people than I do with white folks. I just do. Apparently, the people who are around me now, they don't do anything. They eat, sleep. They go to work, and they act like normal citizens. Sometimes we talk, sometimes we don't. Hell, they know my kids. They seen my kids. It was a time when they played with my kids. So it is that. But just because I say it doesn't mean it happens for everybody else. And I understand that. I understand it in a cultural sense that stuff like this doesn't happen. That doesn't mean I'm gonna start jumping fences to get approval from white folks. Because once I start getting approved from white folks, I'm gonna do they're gonna do anything and everything to get you to submit to their will. And that's where the infiltration starts. It's happened before, and it often will happen again. If Dr. Khalid Muhammad were here, all would be a mess in the fire. I'll just bring the gasoline and raise it up even higher. Because at some point we're gonna have to burn this motherfucker to the ground and put in it racism, bigotry, segregation, Jim Crowism, Willie Lynch, redlining. We're gonna have to put all that in the fire and let it burn real good. But in order for us to stop talking about it completely, you're going to have to do some sacrificing. This will go on and on and on. And what type of sacrificing am I talking about? The type of sacrificing that, hey, maybe I don't have to buy that. Maybe I don't have to go here. Maybe I ought to just for maybe a couple of months pour into something that we can profit on, right? Ain't nothing wrong with just sending $5 here, $10 there for for a couple of paychecks here and there. I know it's getting quite difficult and Walmart's not going to get any cheaper. I understand that within a month's time, Walmart is not going to get any cheaper because they're going to raise prices, guaranteed. Every Walmart is going to raise prices due to these tariffs, Donald Trump. And then pretty soon, everybody else is going to follow suit. Every store is going to follow suit. and you were, and those who have voted for him, you were expecting what exactly? Hey, just get ready. Stay ready. You don't have to get ready. So I understand Bridges. She was upset earlier. She was getting tired of the bigotry and the coonery and the buffoonery. And Black people just want to get along to get along. The escapism is real. They wanted to escape the fact that they want to belong to people who actually treat them right. Happiness, love. I didn't know that happiness and love came with a fucking price tag. The same tag that's being on your toe when they send you to the freaking morgue at the police. White police has actually put you there. I didn't know happiness came with a price. I didn't know love came with a price. First of all, this is a question I wanted to ask. Have you, when it came to love and happiness, have you ever seen a white woman, a rich white woman, be in love and have happiness with a broke Black man? Riddle me that, Batman. Or is it the opposite? And it happens in the NBA, it happens in the NFL all the time. A rich Black man, about to be a rich Black man, because not everybody gets rich like that. If you're in the first round, you're going to get some money. Second round, not so much. Third round, you have to prove yourself. Fourth round, you're going to get this little chump change. Fifth, sixth, and seventh round, you got one shot. AKA Tom Brady. Tom Brady had one shot and he took it. But did they acquiesce to him? Of course. He's white. He's privileged. He's also a Michigan man. Did LeVar Jackson, did LeVar Jackson go in the first round? I don't remember. But the fact of the matter is, when you're in the first round and you are a Black man and you are rich, it's sending signals to people who are middle-aged. As much as they don't like you and they're going to have to respect you. If they don't respect you, it's a problem. If they don't fear you, it's a problem. Most white folks fear Black people. Why do you think they're just now coming out the closet? They just don't. They fear that Well, some of them, I damn near say have balls, have grown testicles, literally, and then figuratively have grown nuts. Because if they say something to you right to your face, that you are willing and able to do something to them that's going to cause you to go to jail, find you, and laugh in your face. Sometimes you have to do it the smart way. And there are other times you're going to have to get in that ass. And not the way that white folks want us to. We're going to have to seriously one day. I'm not saying now. I'm not saying next week or next month. What the black dude did to that police officer, I mean, was it justified? I wouldn't do it. But like I said, I understand. I totally understand. If someone touches your family members, or someone touches your son or your daughter, and that's the only one that you have, and you have raised him right, you have raised her right, and that's the one child that's being taken away from you by the police, all because of some miscue or some misunderstanding, or he was being accused of something. And the police, they're there to react to a reaction. They're starting to become mindless at this point. You might as well just send robots out there, which is going to happen soon enough. Be yourself. Be yourself and never forget who you are. As a black man, as a black woman. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. As an African man, as an African woman, never forget who you are. Internally and externally. And I will bid y'all farewell. This is the We-On-Loc Nation. And I am